pleasant good morning to the Honorable John Briceño, Prime Minister of Belize, his ministers, ministers of state, members, to the leader of the opposition, his members, and Madam Speaker. Let us pray. Almighty and eternal God, who through Jesus Christ has revealed your glory to all nations, please protect and preserve Belize, our beloved country. O God of might, wisdom, and justice, please assist our Belizean government and the people with your Holy Spirit and counsel of fortitude. Let the light of your glory, let the light of your divine wisdom direct their plans and endeavors, so that with your help we may attain our just objective. With your guidance, may all of our endeavors tend to peace, social justice, liberty, national happiness, the increase of industry, sobriety, and useful knowledge. We pray, O God of mercy, for all of us, that we may be blessed in the knowledge and sanctified in the observance of your most holy law, that we may preserve in union and in that peace which the world itself cannot give. And after enjoying the blessings of this life, please admit us, dear Lord, to that eternal reward that you have prepared for those who love you. Amen and amen.
Announcement by the Speaker.
Good morning, honorable members. With the consent of the House, I propose to vary the order of the sitting today to allow the statement by ministers at item 10 on the order paper to be taken after public business A, government business motions, at item 14. This is to allow for a statement to be delivered by the Honorable Prime Minister, who has informed the House of his late attendance to today's sitting. Also, with the consent of the House, I will also vary or suspend the Standing Order 21-7, which allows for questions to ministers to be answered before the 11 o'clock hour. But since today's sitting officially started after 11, we will suspend that. Is it the wish of the honorable members that the order be varied as suggested? All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Papers.
I recognize the Honorable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Natural Resources.
Madam Speaker, I rise to present and lay on the table sessional paper number HR 298/1/13, Central Bank of Belize estimates of revenue and expenditure for the fiscal year 2025.
Honorable members, that paper is ordered to lie on the table. I will take this opportunity, Honorable Deputy Prime Minister, for us to proceed with the Standing Order 12-8, given the time of day.
Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 12-8, I move that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour, though opposed.
Honorable members, the question is that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour, though opposed. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Development and Housing.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to present and lay on the table sessional paper number HR 298A/1/13, Ministry of Infrastructure, Development and Housing contract agreement for the expansion and rehabilitation of the Philip Golson Highway, mile 8 to mile 24.5. Thank you.
Honorable members, that paper is ordered to lie on the table.
Presentation of reports from select committees.
I recognize the Honorable Chairperson of the Finance and Economic Development Committee.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to lay on the table report number HR 299/1/13, report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the International Merchant Marine Registry Bill 2024. Thank you.
Honorable members, that report is ordered to lie on the table. I recognize the Honorable Chairperson of the Constitutional and Foreign Affairs Committee.
Madam Speaker, I rise to lay on the table report number HR 300/1/13, report from the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee on the Law Revision and Law Reform Bill 2024. Thank you.
Honorable members, that report is ordered to lie on the table. I recognize the Honorable Chairperson of the Public Service, Labor, Industry and Trade Committee.
Madam Speaker, I rise to lay on the table report number HR 301/1/13, report from the Public Service, Labor, Industry and Trade Committee on the National Health Insurance Authority Bill 2024. Thank you.
Honorable members, that report is ordered to lie on the table.
Questions to ministers.
Honorable members, we have 3 questions to ministers on the agenda. Since the mover of the questions, the Honorable Leader of the Opposition, is not present in the chamber, those questions will now be addressed in writing. Madam Clerk.
Introduction of bills.
I recognize the Honorable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Natural Resources.
Madam Speaker, this is the Fiscal Incentives Amendment Bill 2025. I rise to introduce a bill for an act to amend the Fiscal Incentives Act number 4 of 2023 to allow registered cooperative societies to be eligible to receive fiscal incentives and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to amend the Fiscal Incentives Act, Act number 4 of 2023, to allow registered cooperative societies to be eligible to receive fiscal incentives and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Deputy Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order number 49-1, I move that the bill be taken through all its stages forthwith.
Honorable members, the question is that the next stages of the bill be taken forthwith. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Deputy Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, this is the Stamp Duties Amendment Bill 2025. I rise to introduce a bill for an act to make clarifying amendments to the Stamp Duties Act, Chapter 64 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. This bill, Madam Speaker, this bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to amend or to make clarifying amendments to the Stamp Duties Act, Chapter 64 of the Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Deputy Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order number 49-1, I move that the bill be taken through all its stages forthwith.
Honorable members, the question is that the next stages of the bill be taken forthwith. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Deputy Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, this is the Belize Companies Amendment Bill 2025. I rise to introduce a bill for an act to amend the Belize Companies Act number 11 of 2022 to provide for the administrative restoration of a company that has been dissolved, to repeal and replace provisions relating to restoration of a dissolved company by the High Court, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam Speaker, this bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to amend the Belize Companies Act, Act number 11 of 2022, to provide for the administrative restoration of a company that has been dissolved, to repeal and replace provisions relating to restoration of a dissolved company by the High Court, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Deputy Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order number 49-1, I move that the bill be taken through all its stages forthwith.
Honorable members, the question is that the next stages of the bill be taken forthwith. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Deputy Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, this is the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Bill 2025. I rise to introduce a bill for an act governing the insolvency of companies with mechanisms established for insolvent persons to enter into arrangements with their creditors, an administration procedure for companies, the receivership of companies and foreign companies, the liquidation of companies, foreign companies, limited partnerships and partnerships, the making of bankruptcy orders against individuals, the licensing and regulation of insolvency practitioners, the penalization and redress of wrongdoing associated with insolvent persons, the disqualification of directors, the avoidance of certain transactions, cross-border insolvency issues, netting and the establishment of a simplified insolvency procedure for eligible companies, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam Speaker, this bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act governing the insolvency of companies with mechanisms established for insolvent persons to enter into arrangements with their creditors, administration procedure for companies, the receivership of companies and foreign companies, the liquidation of companies, foreign companies, limited partnerships and partnerships, the making of bankruptcy orders against individuals, the licensing and regulation of insolvency practitioners, the penalization and redress of wrongdoing associated with insolvent persons, the disqualification of directors, the avoidance of certain transactions, cross-border insolvency issues, netting and the establishment of a simplified insolvency procedure for eligible companies, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs, Foreign Trade, Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is the National Assembly Powers, Privileges and Immunities Bill 2025. Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill for an act to repeal and replace the Legislative Assembly Powers and Privileges Act to declare and define certain powers, privileges and immunities of the National Assembly and of the members and officers of such assembly, to secure freedom of speech in the National Assembly, to regulate admittance to the precincts of the National Assembly, to give protection to the persons employed in the publication of the reports and other papers of the National Assembly, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam Speaker, this bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an Act to repeal and replace the Legislative Assembly Powers and Privileges Act to declare and define certain powers, privileges, and immunities of the National Assembly and of the members and officers of such assembly, to secure freedom of speech in the National Assembly, to regulate admittance to the precincts of the National Assembly, to give protection to the persons employed in the publication of the reports and other papers of the National Assembly, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is the National Symbols Bill 2025. Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill for an act to prescribe the national symbols of Belize, to regulate the use of the national symbols of Belize, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam Speaker, this bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet. With your permission, Madam Speaker, let's offer a few brief words on the introduction of the bill. The Ministry of Culture, through its primary engine, the National Institute of Culture and History, established under the Niche Act, Chapter 331, as we all know, as all Belizeans know, has really been diligently serving Belize in the promotion and safeguarding of Belize's tangible and intangible national identity and cultural heritage. We all are very proud of Belize's rich culture and history, and we often talk about the unique, the unmistaken uniqueness in the community of nations of our national symbols, or national anthem, or national prayer, or national symbols, the coat of arms, the national coat of arms, the national flower, the national tree, the national animal. But up to now, up to date, we have not enacted any legislation to safeguard this treasured national identity and cultural heritage. So, for example, in countries like Barbados and Trinidad and Singapore, they have in place legislation which safeguards these national treasures, these national symbols. And so that is what this bill is all about. It's really about ensuring that we provide a legal framework that underpins these national symbols, regulating the use of the national symbols, the national anthem, the national prayer, which is not the case currently. Indeed, the current state of the law is such that the government cannot restrict or prohibit the use of the nation's coat of arms by any entity, whether local or foreign. And we've had a few examples, I'm sure others will recall, where people are misusing our national coat of arms for all sorts of purposes. So it's just one reason why we have to do this. As things stand, the only restriction on the use of our national symbols is if someone wanted to register it as its own. So that trademark, copyright, law is the only real protection we have. So in Section 36(1) of the Trademark Act, Chapter 257 of the Laws of Belize, that provides a restriction on the use of our national symbols. But again, as I said, that section only applies to circumstances where a party, somebody is actually trying to register one of those symbols in their name. So, that prevents that, and that's obviously very, very important. So, as such, this section does not provide protection against the use of national symbols unless it is an application to create a trademark. So outside of that, there's no restriction or prohibition on the use of the Belizean flag or other national symbols, so that entities can use the flags on really in any way they can, so long as they're not trying to register them. This, we feel, is an untenable state of affairs. There must be some regulatory structure in place for the use of our national symbols, or national anthem or prayer, and that's why we have proposed this bill. And the bill, among other things, Madam Speaker, the design, the description, the words, the lyrics of the national flag, very important. The lyrics, the national anthem, the prayer, the coat of arms, the national symbols are for the first time statutorily specified and declared as set out in the schedule to this bill. So and very importantly, Madam Speaker, the regulation of the use of these is done by declaring that the copyright in the words, the music of the national anthem, which we sing so proudly, design of the national flag, the national coat of arms, is vested in the state in perpetuity. So we're making it very, very clear that it is to the state that these national symbols belong, and copyright is vested in the state. So that essentially, Madam Speaker, is the purpose and objective of the bill. You know, and again, I want to make very clear that, you know, while there are licensing requirements, this will not impact our use of the flag and the symbols in the manner in which we do now. There will be no fees, for example, no limits on how artists and creative people can use the flag and other symbols. But we do want businesses to it's a one-time license, get a license, and you have up to 6 months after the bill is passed to do so. We want to make sure that, you know, that people understand that these are our national symbols, and as much as we take pride in them, we also have an obligation together, a community obligation, to make sure that we're safeguarding and protecting these national symbols. So I think it's a very, very important bill, and I think one that we can all celebrate and support because of its stated objective of ensuring that these national symbols are once and for all vested. The legal status of these national symbols are vested in the state forever after today. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Health and Human Development Committee, which includes matters of rural development and culture, for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to prescribe the national symbols of Belize, to regulate the use of the national symbols of Belize, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
In accordance with Standing Order number 49-1, I move that the bill be taken through all its stages forthwith.
Honorable members, the question is that the next stages of the bill be taken forthwith. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Motions relating to the business or sittings of the House.
I recognize the Honorable Deputy Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, this is the appointment of the Auditor General motion. Madam Madam Speaker, I move that at its rising today the House adjourn to a date to be fixed by the Speaker.
Honorable members, the question is that the House at its rising today adjourn to a date to be fixed by the Speaker. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Public business, government business motions.
I recognize the Honorable Deputy Prime Minister.
Forgive me for getting ahead of myself, Madam Speaker. I'm not used to this spot. Madam Speaker, this is the appointment of Auditor General Motion 2025. Madam Speaker, I move whereas Section 109(1) of the Belize Constitution provides that the Auditor General shall be appointed by the Governor General, acting on the recommendations of both houses of the National Assembly contained in resolutions passed in that behalf. And whereas the post of Auditor General has been vacant since August 31st, 2024, and whereas the government, having recognized that the post of the Auditor General plays a critical role in safeguarding public trust by overseeing the use of taxpayers' monies and preventing misuse of resources, promotes transparency, and embodies principles of good governance. And whereas Maria Anel Rodriguez holds a master's degree in business administration from the University of South Wales and a bachelor's of science degree in accounting from the University of Belize. And whereas Maria Anel Rodriguez has considered experience in the Office of the Auditor General and has held senior posts such as Supervisor of Audit and Deputy Auditor General. Now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House recommends that Maria Anel Rodriguez be appointed as Auditor General effective January 1st, 2025 until July 28, 2047, when she attains the grand age of 65. This motion has the recommendation of the Cabinet.
I recognize Leader of Opposition, Member for Mesopotamia.
Morning, Madam Speaker. Thank you. Morning, colleagues. Morning to the good people of Mesopotamia and all the other 30 constituencies I have the privilege to lead. Madam Speaker, the opposition vehemently objects to the appointment of Ms. Rodriguez as the Auditor General, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this appointment is nothing more than the ultimate highlight of cronyism and nepotistic advancements, Madam Speaker. Since we got word of this potential appointment, we have been doing our research, Madam Speaker, and the public officers that have been reaching out, in particular public officers in the office of the Auditor General, they have shared information with the opposition that must be brought to the attention of the public, Madam Speaker. Information that will give rise to all that I have said about nepotism and cronyism and put into question the qualifications of Ms. Rodriguez, Madam Speaker. It starts with illegal promotions. Madam Speaker, there is evidence that Ms. Rodriguez was promoted illegally twice. Now, if something starts wrong, usually it continues wrong and it will only end wrong, Madam Speaker. The office of the Auditor General has been a problem for this country for quite some time, Madam Speaker. This People's United Party government promised in its manifesto to fix the office of the Auditor General, Madam Speaker, and they have not done that. The country has been, in essence, without a functioning Auditor General for the last 4 years, Madam Speaker. And this attempt to appoint a PUP crony, I believe family with the member from Corozal Southeast, from the information that I've gathered, Madam Speaker, but this attempt to promote a PUP crony, Madam Speaker, is not going to fix the problem of the office of the Auditor General, Madam Speaker. Holding governments to account as to how they fix.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Can you do the mic for me? What's the point of order, honourable member?
I believe the leader of the opposition have his information incorrect. As far as I know, Ms. Rodriguez is not any family member of mine, and she's originally from Corozal Southeast, proudly, and from the Corozal
What's the point of order, Madam Speaker?
We're correcting you, sir. I know
Point
you
of
don't
order,
understand
please
it,
educate me.
but,
What's the point of order?
I've taken the correction.
but that is the first, that's an incorrect information, like I presume the rest of your speech, leader of the opposition. Please scratch it off the record. And preferably nothing else, because you're wrong.
Thank you, honourable member. Honourable members, may I just remind members do have a duty for statement of facts when you speak. You have an obligation for that in this chamber. Then it has been noted that the honourable member disputes the fact that there is no relation. Member, you may continue with your contribution.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I said this, the information that was relayed to me, Madam Speaker, and I definitely, the member is from Corozal Southeast, and he has admitted that she's from Corozal Southeast, so your constituent. So yes, so there is a relation there. And that is what I was saying about cronyism. So here is an attempt to advance the member from Corozal Southeast constituent, as I was saying, Madam Speaker. So I still don't know what the point of order is. I know there's a point of order 42B.
Member, are you going to continue?
I am continuing.
Thank you.
And a part of my presentation, Madam Speaker, is that exactly what is happening here is the attempt by this government to continue the dysfunction of the office of the Auditor General. Whether or not it is a family member or a crony, as I have said, Madam Speaker, this is what we need to avoid. Now, Madam Speaker, to me, being affiliated or being a family member to a member of parliament doesn't disqualify you from, excuse me, Madam Speaker, I cannot continue my presentation if we're going to not have adherence to 42B, Madam Speaker.
Oh, I'm glad that you were
Well,
aware
yes,
of
I do my
42B.
best to comply.
Yes, yes, member.
I do my best.
It is Friday, and we're starting late. Members, yes, 42B. I'm actually shocked I have to even repeat this after so many meetings. Please, let's hear the member. Any member on their feet, other members should be quiet.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. But Madam Speaker, there are serious questions. There are serious,
Members.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order.
Work with me.
Could you strike that from the record, Madam Speaker?
42B,
But
please.
could you strike that from the record, Madam Speaker, or you didn't hear him say?
It wasn't on the record. Something that
It's
you've
not on
told
the
me
record?
many times.
Okay, I see we're understanding each other, all right, Madam Speaker? The next term is going to be good, if you're still the Speaker. If she's still the Speaker, because
Less members, please.
I mean, I'm giving a presentation. You just told them 42B and
Let's
they're
not
still talking.
include the role of the chair in your contributions, and just continue with your contribution.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. But as I was saying, Madam Speaker, cronyism is when you have these types of appointments for such an important office, Madam Speaker, such as the Auditor General, which it is the view of the opposition that this government has deliberately brought to a screeching halt so that there is no oversight, Madam Speaker, so that they can spend the people's money and engage in purported corruption without having to account to the people, Madam Speaker. And how do you do that? Well, you appoint one of your cronies. We saw the other day a CEO being dismissed because the CEO was not going along, from all of the reports that we have gotten in the opposition, with the status quo, Madam Speaker. But Ms. Rodriguez, Madam Speaker, she was promoted illegally to supervisor of audit. Also, she did not have the required master's degree and got promoted by the commission after obtaining the certified fraud examiner designation, which is a temporary promotion, Madam Speaker, and only lasts for 1 year. So how can she get a permanent promotion based on a temporary qualification, Madam Speaker? That is one thing, Madam Speaker. No.
Members, please, 42B, I kindly ask for the respect of the standing order. As hard as it may be, please, let's just rely on 42B. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I have said things sitting down, and I remember you actually threw me out of the house one time because I refused to withdraw it, and this is the second time that the member from Kayo South has uttered the word lies and lied, Madam Speaker.
Members, can you take your seat, please, and the mic off? I am very acutely aware of that incident, and I believe you reminded me that you did not, you were not asked to leave, and I did not take you out because you confidently stated that you are withdrawing yourself from that sitting. In all seriousness, though, please, we have a long agenda. 42B ought to be respected, and when you don't respect it, you're not only doing an injustice to the chamber, but you're not respecting the chair, and I take issue with it. Please, 42B.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd just like to highlight all the laughing and joking over there. This is what this government takes the Belizean people for, Madam Speaker. They take the people for a joke. They've lied their way to the halls of Parliament and to the cabinet, and they continue to take the people of Belize for a joke, Madam Speaker. Mrs. Bradley, Madam Speaker, submitted, that was the former Auditor General, Madam Speaker. She submitted a letter to the CEO dated November 14th, since you like dates, November 14th, 2014, member from Fort George, cherry-picking Ms. Rodriguez for the promotion to supervisor of audit. At this point, Mrs. Rodriguez was not in a possession of the master's degree required for these promotions, Madam Speaker, at the time. This was followed up by a letter from the Ministry of Public Service to a query from a public officer complaining about being superseded by Ms. Rodriguez. And this letter was dated October 27, 2014, stating, in justifying the recommendation in respect of Ms. Rodriguez, the Auditor General submitted that Ms. Rodriguez possessed the following qualifications, namely, certified fraud examiner since January 2013, equivalent to a CPA. Although this certificate expires after 1 year and has to be renewed in order for the individual to remain a certified fraud examiner, this certification is in line with the Finance and Audit Act 2005, Madam Speaker. This is not found anywhere in the Act. Part 3 of the paragraph of this letter that I referred to, 11 to 16, refers to the audit and Auditor General. So this was a blatant lie, according to these complaints, Madam Speaker, about these illegal promotions of Mrs. Rodriguez, Madam Speaker. And this was brought to the attention of the Commission, and the Commission should have been aware that Mrs. Rodriguez, or Miss Rodriguez, faced some significant questions as to her qualification, Madam Speaker. And you may ask, what significance does this have? And it is important that, as I said, when you start wrong, you continue wrong, I know you will end wrong, because you will be appointing Ms. Rodriguez for until she is 65, which is the next 30 years, Madam Speaker. And what we don't want to have is someone in such a crucial role, Madam Speaker, giving no oversight to governments, Madam Speaker, being unqualified. And what this also does, Madam Speaker, is it demoralizes the public service, the public servants who are qualified and who have done their service to this country, Madam Speaker. When we talk about qualifications, Ms. Rodriguez claims to possess a master's degree in business administration from the University of South Wales, Madam Speaker. But again, this is coming from the public servants that find it outrageous, this act of cronyism, Madam Speaker. The information has been unearthed that the University of South Wales does not have the subject as an online course, Madam Speaker. Students are only accepted from specific countries, and Belize is not on the list, Madam Speaker. The University of South Wales is not on the official list of accredited institutions at the Ministry of Education, Madam Speaker. So we have, Madam Speaker, information such as this being shared by public officers, Madam Speaker, that calls into question not just 2 illegal promotions, but overall questions of fraud, Madam Speaker. Whether the gentle lady even has the master's degree that she claims to possess, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, another clear indication that the present administration has paved the way, paved the road for Mrs. Rodriguez to be the Auditor General is obvious in the advertisement of the vacancy, Madam Speaker. At Section 2, qualifications required, it stated that the candidate had to have served a minimum of 3 years as Deputy Auditor General or equivalent posts. In addition to this, the advertisement did not give any age limit requirement, which is also very abnormal, Madam Speaker. And again, it has to be put on the record, Madam Speaker. I have no axe to grind with Mrs. Rodriguez, Madam Speaker. As I have said, it matters not to me, Madam Speaker, family relation or even political affiliation, as much as it matters qualifications, Madam Speaker. You know, when we were in this honorable house and the United Democratic Party was on that side, I remember the opposition members railing up about the lawyers that were being hired by the government of Belize at that time. And I saw yesterday, Madam Speaker, where the government is being threatened with legal action to hold redistricting, which the opposition fully supports that redistricting should be held before the next general elections, and none other than Amon Courtney is answering for the Attorney General,
what
Madam
does
Speaker.
that have to do with...
That has to do with the fact that, Madam Speaker, I appreciate that Amon Courtney is one of the best lawyers in this country, and the government is accepting that they have no confidence in the Attorney General, that they need to hire an outside.
On the Auditor General?
Yes, but
not
I'm
the
just telling
Attorney
you
General
that
motion.
the
Can we
Auditor
continue?
General's family relation or constituency location matters not. It is these questions of qualification and these questions, Madam Speaker, of...
To hear the point of order.
And Madam Speaker, I would ask that we get a point of order and not a dissertation before you say the point of order. Member from...
Last time I checked, I'm still the speaker, so allow me please to hear the point of order and to rule.
Madam Speaker, I declare that the member...
Point of order?
Yes, he's being repetitive, Madam Speaker, repetitive, and contradicting himself. On the one point, he said earlier that he does not agree that they can be constituents, and on the other hand, he says that it's okay for them to be
say that,
competitive.
Madam
He's
Speaker.
being repetitive.
I did not say that, Madam Speaker. On a point of order, can I have the same correction that the member from Cayo Southeast asked for, Madam Speaker?
No, man, no,
I did not say that you can't be a family member. I said cronies.
Member, gone into some about Attorney General, which has nothing to do with General. I will ask that you wrap up because you are getting a bit repetitive, but I don't want you to go into a matter that has nothing to do with the bill. And all other members, can we please, let's just try our best to respect the 42B and get through this day.
I will get back into focus, Madam Speaker, but I have no intention of wrapping up until I have been able to share this very important information with the public, Madam Speaker. As I have said, Madam Speaker, the Office of the Auditor General is crucial to fighting against corruption and holding governments accountable, Madam Speaker. And where we have, as I've said, before I was interrupted, Madam Speaker, to continue with my presentation, the road for this Auditor General has been paved from the very beginning. As I said before I was interrupted, the Deputy Auditor General application advertisement, Madam Speaker, made abnormal listings, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, despite the above mention, Madam Speaker, this gentlelady, Mrs. Rodriguez, superseded so many other qualified public officers, Madam Speaker, when she was promoted because they were more qualified than her, Madam Speaker. And this is contrary to the regulations in the Career Development Manual, which states, if a promotion recommended under paragraph 2A involves the supersession of other officers in the department, ministry, their names, posts, and salaries should be stated on the back form with brief reasons to justify their supersession, Madam Speaker. In 2016-2017, the then Auditor General, Mrs. Bradley, submitted a request to the Ministry of Finance for the creation of the post for a second Deputy Auditor General, Madam Speaker. It is more than reasonable to assume that one of the justifications would have had to be that the workload was too much for one Auditor General, Madam Speaker. And this is why this was done, Madam Speaker. But what we have to presume with all of the accompanying evidence is these things have been done to put someone in place that by all evidence that the opposition has gathered is not serious was not serious about holding the government accountable and doing the job of the Office of the Auditor General, Madam Speaker. Other complaints that we have received from public servants in the Office of the Auditor General, Madam Speaker, and this goes to Mrs. Bradley, who many in the Office of the Auditor General complained that she created a toxic work environment and again brought the Office of the Auditor General to a screeching halt where we saw no reports being given to the public. We saw when there were reports given to the Auditor General, she would deduct information. These are all complaints from members in the Office of the Auditor General, Madam Speaker, and the complaints that we are getting now is that Mrs. Rodriguez continues with the same energy, Madam Speaker, poor administrative skills, and as I said, toxic behavior. She, according to members in the Office of the Auditor General, Madam Speaker, she has weaponized and continues to weaponize the performance appraisal system. You have different public officers whose names I won't call, but that have been in their career above the grades in the performance appraisal system. Actually, there is a mention here with a permission to reveal the name, a gentleman by the name of Mr. Henry, who is in the Office of the Auditor General, whose appraisal grades were 8.5 and 8, but then was assessed with a 1 because of the type of environment that has been created in the Office of the Auditor General, Madam Speaker, where these senior members of the Office of the Auditor General have been relegated to no task, no assignment, because they refuse to go along with the status quo that is keeping the Office of the Auditor General dysfunctional, Madam Speaker. These people that I'm talking about, Mrs. Obermeyer and Mr. Henry, were assigned to report directly to Mrs. Rodriguez as their immediate supervisor, despite the fact that based on the organizational chart, which can be found online at the office official website, their immediate supervisor should have been a supervisor of audit and not the Deputy Auditor General, Madam Speaker. And it was not as though they were conducting any high-profile audit that required direct oversight from a deputy. On the contrary, Madam Speaker, these two officers were instructed by Mrs. Rodriguez not to do any audit-related work from October of 2022, Madam Speaker. Ms. Jennifer Myvitt, who is a supervisor of accounts and assigned under Mr. Selwyn Fuller, was also instructed via email not to do any audit-related work as of October 2022, Madam Speaker. The only posts not related to audit work in the office are administrative officer, finance officer, secretary, IT technician, driver, accounts and registry, clerks, gardener and cleaner, Madam Speaker. So to have these senior officers in the Auditor General's office that don't fall under those headings that are not related to audit work, Madam Speaker, be essentially sidelined, Madam Speaker, shows the type of poor administrative capacity that Mrs. Rodriguez has and shows the toxic environment that has been created under Mrs. Bradley and will continue with Mrs. Rodriguez, Madam Speaker. And it is incumbent upon this government to do what it is they promised to do, which is to have a strong and functioning Office of the Audit. Allow any government to get away with fleecing the people's coffers, Madam Speaker, and Mrs. Rodriguez is not qualified to be the Auditor General, Madam Speaker. Mrs. Rodriguez is a crony, Madam Speaker, and Mrs. Rodriguez will not get the job done. She is being placed there so that this government can continue with its purported malfeasance and corrupt acts, Madam Speaker. This is not going to deliver on their plan, Belize, Madam Speaker, unless their plan was to scam the people of this country, Madam Speaker. We need a strong Auditor General. We need an office of the Auditor General that will be reformed, that will be able to demonstrate efficacy as was promised, Madam Speaker, because the reason we can't pay our teachers, and they are protesting right now in Belmopan, despite the member from Lekai laughing at me and telling me, oh, you know, I'll get what you want. And certainly is not what I wanted, Madam Speaker. But the reason we have these things happening in our country is because of corruption, misappropriation of funding, and lack of oversight, which the Office of the Auditor General brings, Madam Speaker, should bring, and has not brought. We had problems in the last administration. This government promised to do that, and this appointment of Mrs. Bradley is anything but that. There will be a revolt in that office, Madam Speaker. The senior members of the public service will revolt against Mrs. Rodriguez, and we will get nowhere as a country as far as accountability, transparency, and the good governance that this PUP government promised, Madam Speaker. For those reasons, the opposition cannot support the appointment of Mrs. Rodriguez. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Fort George.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good afternoon. Madam Speaker, it is said that a shallow mind and a loud mouth is a dangerous combination. And that's what we saw just now. That's what we witnessed for almost 45 minutes of just pure nonsense being spoken by the leader of the opposition. And while he came in here and talking about or trying to create the impression that the qualifications that Ms. Rodriguez had, he said it's unsubstantiated. But what I can inform the leader of the opposition, that it is a fact that this whole country knows that the doctorate that he claims to have is not in his possession. That he cannot show the country at any point. Want to talk about qualification?
Madam Speaker, on a point of order. I have an honorary doctorate from the University of Liberia, Madam Speaker.
Noted.
Could you please correct the record, Madam Speaker?
Noted.
Madam Speaker, it's also a fact within his own party
on a point of
that
order,
they have
Madam
asked
Speaker,
him for his high school
on a point
diploma,
of order,
which
Madam
he cannot
Speaker,
produce as
on
yet.
a point of order,
One
Madam
second.
Speaker.
Can both members please take a seat? Thank you. No member of Mesopotamia. You can take your mic off. No member for Mesopotamia, leader of the opposition. You stood and you made a point, and you stood on your record because your mic was on, that you have an honorary doctorate. The record has reflected. Member for Fort George. No.
Perhaps.
The cross bantering. One second, member. The cross bantering. I get it, right? It's par for the course. But please, it will make it difficult to get through today. Please. You are as guilty for that same thing as the rest on the other side. Member for Fort George. I have spoken. Member for Mesopotamia. Gotten it out of the system. You feel good now? Good. Member for Fort George.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Perhaps he should just look over the nodding heads on his side of the House, in his party, when we spoke about his high school diploma just now. But, Madam Speaker, it is clear, it is very clear.
My high school diploma
it is
again,
very
Madam
clear
Speaker,
that
on a
today,
point of order.
the
What
leader
about
of the
my high school
opposition.
diploma?
If you stop, I'm going to ask you to remain seated.
It is very clear that the only objective the leader of the opposition had today was to try to disparage the reputation of a senior public officer who has worked very hard and served this country for a number of years, Madam Speaker. And I cannot understand how it is that he has this track record of continuing to disparage our hard-working public officers.
Point of order, Madam Speaker. The member from Fort George is imputing improper motives. As a member of this House, Madam Speaker, I have a responsibility to share with the public information that has been brought to me by public servants. I have no intention of disparaging Mrs. Rodriguez. This is all facts, and I can share it with you, Madam Speaker.
No. No, I do not take the point that it's imputing improper motives. Member, please continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is a fact that Ms. Rodriguez has held senior posts in the office of the Auditor General, and I asked him to state the date when she received that promotion, because that promotion happened in 2014 under the UDP government, under a Minister of Finance who was his father. So maybe he should check with the former Prime Minister to see if he was satisfied with the work being done by Ms. Rodriguez at the time, because as I recall, he was also the Minister of the Public Service at that particular time. So, Madam Speaker, he comes in here and tries to suggest or create the impression that this is being done because it's somebody new. No. Ms. Rodriguez has worked in the office of the Auditor General for a number of years. She has qualified herself and she applied. Madam Speaker, he spoke about creating a strong office of the Auditor General. Well, perhaps he should start by trying to create a strong opposition, because he does not even have that. Just for the record, Madam Speaker, let everybody, let the public know, let the country know that the office, when the vacancy was created in the office of the Auditor General upon the retirement of Ms. Dorothy Bradley, there was the publication and the vacancy was published. The requisite time frame was kept to, and 5 persons applied for the position. Mr. Gerald Henry did not apply. So instead of writing that letter for you, he should have applied if he wanted to be the Auditor General. There was an interview panel that was established consisting of members of the Public Service Commission, from the Office of the Prime Minister, from the Ministry of Public Service, etc. Interviews were done with the persons who applied, and Ms. Rodriguez received the highest score. That is how promotions are done in the public service, leader of the opposition. It's not about appointing anyone who just came in. There is a procedure. The procedure was followed, and Ms. Rodriguez received the highest score in that interview panel. So instead of getting a fairy tale from somebody else, you should have learned the facts of how that appointment came about. Madam Speaker, thank you very much.
I recognize the member for Corozal Southeast.
Madam Speaker, quite frankly, I had no intention of making a presentation today in particular with this issue. But I mean, you know, from the very fact that they could come here and say, is my family, I actually wish, because I know Ms. Rodriguez. She's from... Oh, yes, thank you. I apologize, Member for Colette. Yes, for the member for Mesopotamia. I stand corrected. And I don't want to bring no false allegations or false facts as someone who just did 2 speakers ago, no? Yes, Madam Speaker, I happen to know the family and very well. I know the people in my division. I've tried my best to meet all of them as possible, and I believe that is what has helped me to be successful. But, Madam Speaker, I mean, one cannot help but feel that some of these attacks were just personal. I don't know if I could even say maybe some of it was a little bit misogynistic. But what I can tell you is that in the Corozal Southeast Division, there are very strong women in the Corozal Southeast Division, and wherever they go and they work, they always do a very good and very thorough job, and Mrs. Rodriguez is definitely going to make a good example in that office that she's going to now hold. Madam Speaker, as I know also too, the Senator Tony Herrera is trying to represent Corozal Southeast. I want to see him oppose that when the Senate votes on that bill or on this appointment next week. So I want to see him go against you or go with you there, Leader of the Opposition. So, Madam Speaker, first of all, Ms. Rodriguez is not my family, all right? And actually, I kind of wish she was, because I do know her. I do know the work ethic that she has, and I know the family she come from. They come from humble cane farmers' roots. They work very hard, get up 4:30 in the morning, go to the cane fields and work, all right? So I know this lady put herself through school. She's done a lot of sacrifices to get where she is, and rather than try to soil her reputation or anything like that, I believe we should be totally proud for this country that we now have a totally qualified person who have a very strong character and will do a very good job as the Auditor General, Madam Speaker. And her qualifications are real. They're not honorary doctorates, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, I recommend the Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and my apologies for being a bit late. But certainly, Madam Speaker, I was listening to the leader of one of the leaders of the opposition.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, there is only one leader of the opposition according to the Constitution. No, sometimes I remember you may knock your head when you may get in an accident, so I just need to correct you.
It'll be that kind of Friday. Member for Corozal Southeast, can we just get the mic off? Thank you.
Again, one more last hurrah. All right. I just can't understand this young man to come here with this kind of behavior in this house and to really go after a public service, as public servant, a woman that has served this country well all over these years just because he wants to score some political points. I could imagine, I just hope that women across this country hear how he gone after a good woman, a woman that's well qualified, a woman that went through the process and applied for the job and was given the job not because she's a woman. She got the job because she is the most qualified
on a point
person.
Of order, I never mentioned anything about gender, Madam Speaker. I spoke about cronyism.
He hasn't said that. Yeah, continue.
If he would have followed, if this leader of the opposition, this not for not too long, not sure, Albert, Madam, you want to call it and get it over with? Yeah. If this leader of the opposition,
sorry for the interruption, Prime Minister. 1 second, I'm speaking. Members. You know, this is, members, in all seriousness, I should be presiding over two sides here, not three. It is uncharted territory. I recognize this. I recognize that this particular meeting will be challenging, but it is not a challenge that is not insurmountable. Please, we're at motion number 1. We have several to go through. So I will ask for your indulgence again, please, I understand the need to stand on point of orders, but there really ought to be real point of orders. I also understand the need for every member having the right to contribute, but not to be purposefully, that's my word, disruptive or intentionally disruptive of the proceedings. I ask that we kindly get through with this first motion And Prime Minister, I hand back to you to continue your contribution.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as I see him hurling insults at the honourable member from Albert, it reminds me of a strong woman in his party. What do you refer to her? Miss Petty? Something like that, no? Something like that thing. Refer to him. And I think it's well earned. But Madam Speaker, here he comes to attack this lady just because she can't defend herself in this house. But you know what? We are going to defend her. He accused this lady supposedly about trying to find something, about getting some degree and go through great lengths. A very man that was given an honorary doctorate, he didn't even earn it, he didn't even work for it, he didn't even study for it. And yet he had come and try to attack this lady that worked hard for many years to get that claim. I don't use it. Do you see me use it? You ever see me refer to self as doctor? I don't. I never beg for it. You beg for it. My point, Madam Speaker, this is the point. This lady worked very hard for many years to get where she was, where she is now. And she went through a process. That's the point. The advertisement was made public. If you want to make Mr. Henry apply, you should better put in your name. But why did Mr. Henry not put in a name? Because he is not qualified. I'm sorry that I have to call out this gentleman. Mr. Henry, me and you get along okay. I won't say we have friends, but you know, when we meet, we talk well. I think he's a decent man. But when you come and read things that are half-truths and twist it around to try to create as if there's some sinister move to put a highly qualified Belizean public servant who is a woman, I have a problem with that. All of us here have a problem with that. Even the other side, the bigger side of the opposition, have a problem with that. Now, this man, this honorable member from Mesopotamia now come and try to accuse this government of what? Of trying to steal the people's money and trying to spend money, the people's money without proper accountability and so forth. It is no other than his father that was taken to the Supreme Court. Now who is what they call now, the High Court, was found guilty of spending more than $1.5 billion without the paper without this house giving the authorization, Madam Speaker. $1.5 billion. He was found guilty, and now you come and try to attack this government. Why you're a real Miss Petty for you, boy. Manners. My God. My God.
What can you expect? 10 years at the University of Clinton?
No, members. No, honorable member for Orange. Members.
What?
Whoa. No. Member for... I need to take a few minutes recess. This is deplorable. Member for Mesopotamia, your words, while not on record, is deplorable. Members on the government side, I'm going to appeal to your good senses, please. We need to get through today, but this hurtling of remarks, disparaging and otherwise, cannot continue. I'm going to take a short recess and we will resume. When we resume, it's the Prime Minister to continue his contribution. Honorable members, before I proceed, I would like to direct you to Standing Order 44-3A. The Speaker or Chair, if it's in a committee, shall order any member to withdraw immediately from the House during the remainder of the day's sitting, and may direct such steps to be taken as are required to enforce such order. A, which is my point of focus, where the conduct of such member is grossly disorderly. Member, I bring your attention to that just as a gentle reminder that despite the fact that words hurled across the aisle when you're not on your feet is technically not on the record. So I recognize that it will be difficult to get you to retract those comments when they're made. But what is not difficult for the Speaker is to ask any member who, in the Speaker's view, is grossly disorderly to be withdrawn from the remainder of the sitting. I intend to use that today, whether it's an opposition or a government member. We cannot have a repeat of what occurred in the first 2 hours or so of this sitting. Thank you. Honorable Prime Minister, I believe that you were on the contribution for the first motion on the appointment of the Auditor General.
Madam Speaker, I will not continue responding to these baseless accusations from the Honorable Leader from the opposition. I just want to assure the Belizean people, Madam Speaker, that Ms. Rodriguez is highly qualified. I don't know her. I don't think I've met with her. Maybe I've met her somewhere, but to say that I know about that I had anything to do with her appointment, it's not true. I allowed the process to work, and that's what we did. And the Cabinet Secretary in your break took the opportunity to tell the Honorable Member from Mesopotamia to say that he was a part of the process, along with the Financial Secretary and the CEO from the Public Service. So it was an open and transparent process. And Ms. Rodriguez was the best qualified person. They interviewed 3 persons. Now, if the leader of the opposition have come here and said, well, Mr. So-and-so or Ms. So-and-so applied and was boxed out and was not allowed to apply, or that the person was interviewed and that person was more qualified than Ms. Rodriguez, then he can make an argument. But when he comes to this Honorable House and shows a lot of expressions against a hard-working public service woman, it speaks a lot about himself. The process was followed. She followed the process and she was found to be the most qualified person. That said, Madam Speaker, I move and I think that we can all support the appointment of Ms. Rodriguez as the Auditor General. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, that motion is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I seek your indulgence. I seek the indulgence of this Honorable House to have the motion taken through all its stages this day. Thanks.
Honorable members, the question is that this motion be taken through all its stages this day. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I seek the indulgence of this Honorable House to have this motion taken through all its stages this day. No, sorry, yeah.
Yes, we just proceeded.
Yes, yeah. Madam Speaker, yes, I'm trying to find my notes here. Madam Speaker, the government of Yes, sorry. Yes, I take the indulgence for this through all its stages. 2, the government of the Republic of China Taiwan Amendment Number 2, Loan Agreement Number 025-1060001- Loan Amendment Motion 2025. Government of the Republic of China Taiwan Amendment Number 3 to Loan Agreement Number 6 0202360004, Loan Amendment Motion 2025. Government of the Republic of China, Taiwan Amendment number 2 for Loan Agreement number 6020236005, Loan Amendment Motion 2025. Government of the Republic of China, Taiwan Amendment number 2 to Loan Agreement number 6020236006, Loan Amendment Motion 2025. Government of the Republic of China, Taiwan, Amendment number 2 to amendment and restated Loan Agreement number 6020236007, Loan Amendment Motion 2025. Government of the Republic of China, Taiwan, Amendment number 2 to Loan Agreement number 6020236008, Loan Amendment Motion 2025. Government of the Republic of China, Taiwan, Amendment number 2 to Loan Agreement number 6020236009, Loan Amendment Motion 2025. Government of the Republic of China, Taiwan, Amendment number 2 to Loan Agreement number 6020236010, Loan Amendment Motion 2025. Government of the Republic of China, Taiwan, Amendment number 2 to Loan Agreement number 6020236011, Loan Amendment Motion 2025. And Government of the Republic of China, Taiwan, Amendment number 1 to Loan Agreement number 6020236012, Loan Amendment Motion 2025. Madam Speaker, as I look to get my notes in order, Madam Speaker, I don't want anybody to get excited because these are not new loans. Basically, what we are doing, Madam Speaker, is trying to better manage the cash flow of the government. We have negotiated with our good friends in Taiwan about Yes, Madam Speaker. Basically, what we're doing is that asking for a further deferment of paying the principal, which will be for the next 3 years. And by doing that, Madam Speaker, we'll be able to better manage our cash flow to the tune of over $30 million that we can be able to use to be able to continue the implementation of Plan Belize. There's so much work that we have ahead of us. The expansion of NHI, for instance, as we are starting to move into the Kaya district, we started to have consultations in, I think in Benqueville del Carmen, in San Ignacio, Santa Elena. I think they've also had in Babapan, as we start to prepare the implementation of NHI. We continue the expansion of free education under the Ministry of Education and housing infrastructure. There's so much work that we have ahead. And when we met with our partners, our good friends, with the officials from the government of Taiwan, they quickly agreed to give us that, again, another moratorium for the next 3 years, so for us to be able to just pay interest and stay away from the capital, from the loan payments, which we will be able to use to continue to invest on the Belizean people. Madam Speaker, I move these amendments. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member from Mesopotamia, Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I don't see how the Prime Minister, every opportunity he gets, boasts and brags about how well our economy is performing, how robust he's growing the GDP, yet he's having cash flow problems. When you have a facility at a bank, you have to pay your facility. No facility is being deferred for 3 years Madam Speaker, and why would we need to put ourselves in this position if the economy was performing the way that the Prime Minister claims? So this is proof to the Belizean people that the Briceño administration's economy is underperforming, Madam Speaker. It is anemic. And they're saying that they're broke. They're saying that they have a cash flow problem. He's saying to manage cash flow. Why can't you pay your facilities if you have the cash, Madam Speaker? This government has borrowed over $3 billion, Madam Speaker, with a B. Yes. Yes, Madam Speaker. They have borrowed that quantum, Madam Speaker, and the Belizean people have absolutely nothing to show for it. When we first came into this parliament, Madam Speaker, the cry from the government was, you know, we just got here. Give us some time. You will see it unfold. People have turned to statues, waiting for Plan Belize to deliver. Loan motion after loan motion. No, they can't even pay their loans, Madam Speaker. And this has to be concerning to the Belizean people. I will not preempt the other loan motion that they are going to come with. So you can't pay the loan motion for 10 of them, but now you're going to come with another one today. What economic school did you go to, Prime Minister? Because you say you're smarter than everybody. And, you know, you are sitting there, so have to give you credit that you made it that far. But, I mean, please, is it that you know what you're doing, but you're deliberately mismanaging the economy, mismanaging the finances that you have? Why can't you pay the loan motions, Madam Speaker? Why? Why is the need for a deferral? I don't want to accuse the Taiwanese of any general elections interference, that they're so close to general elections that you were supposed to call today, or that you may dissolve the parliament on Tuesday. You may dissolve it on Tuesday. But so close to a general elections, I didn't hear the government complaining about any cash flow problems. Every minute, the government says how well they are doing. So I don't want to accuse the Taiwanese of interference, but it's just very suspicious that on the eve of a general elections, we have a deferral of 10 loan agreements, Madam Speaker. This is bad management of the taxpayers' dollars, Madam Speaker. This is another demonstration of the incompetence of the Minister of Finance, Madam Speaker. And we continue to ask, where have all the loans gone, Madam Speaker? 4 years later, and life has gotten worse for the Belizean people. Similar to the last Musa administration, where they saddled the Belizean people with the super bond and had nothing to show for it. Bear and Stearns, where they borrowed $500 million Belize dollars, and the money just literally went missing, Madam Speaker. So here we have a government addicted to borrowing and cannot pay its debt, Madam Speaker. The Belizean people have had enough of this punishment, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I'll try to keep this short because, oh my God, this man continues to embarrass himself. I mean, to talk about $3 billion that we've borrowed, then I would challenge you today, list out the $3 billion that we borrowed. And if you list that out, you know, I might just ask McDonough run from you. So, I could start with that. I would have hoped that when he had all this time in the United States free time that you'd have gotten the opportunity to be able to study something and to try to understand cash flow. He comes to attack us, Madam Speaker, but he fails to recognize or maybe forget, or maybe never know, that the previous government, under the super bond that he just don't really talk about, paid out over $700 million on that in interest. They actually missed two payments, two principal payments. This government has not missed a single principal payment in no loans. We pay our debt. Responsibly, yes. And at no time did I say we have cash flow problems. It is your words, member from Mesopotamia. I think I shouldn't even call a leader of the opposition, member from Mesopotamia. Because all we are saying, we're managing our cash flow, and our friends, when this negotiation started long time, and they were willing to work with us to say, okay, then instead of paying the principal, then we could use, it is 39.4 million US. And the extension period will be from January 1st, 2025 to December 31st, 2027. This is $39.4 million US that we could use to continue to invest on the Belizean people. And if you can't understand that, or refuse to understand that, or don't want to support us to continue to help the Belizean people, then you don't belong on that seat, Mr. Member of the of Mesopotamia. And maybe the people of Mesopotamia need to do something about that, and they probably will. Madam Speaker, I ask Madam Speaker for the support for these loan motions.
All members, those motions are referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
I seek the indulgence of this Honorable House to have these motions taken throughout their stages this day.
Honorable members, the question is that those motions be taken through all their stages this day. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, this is International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, Belize Reliant and Resilient Energy System Project, US $58.2 million loan motion 2025. With your permission not to read all the recitals, as this motion has been circulated to all members, I move, now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that the loan proceeds would significantly assist the government of Belize in the execution of a Belize Reliant and Resilient Energy System Project, approve and confirm that the government may enter into the loan contracts with the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorize the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said loan contracts and all other documents associated therewith. This motion has the recommendation of the Cabinet. To give some further explanation, my government has been working diligently with the World Bank to secure financing for the Belize Reliant and Resilient Energy System, what we refer to the BRRES or the BREEZE project. The BRRES project aims to strengthen the reliability and resilience of the national electricity system and enable greater renewable energy integration. These objectives are sought to achieve principally through 1, the acquisition and deployment of 4 10-megawatt battery energy storage systems, 2, the acquisition and deployment of associated investments, hardware and software investments for the battery systems and the overall power system operation to enhance the national electricity system and support its cost-effective operation, and 3, supporting institutional reform. The procurement and operation of batteries energy storage systems on a timely and strategic basis will play a critical role for Belize to reduce the frequency of power shortages or blackouts while reducing the cost of electricity. The securing of the financing required for this $58.4 million project has taken a bit longer than we originally anticipated, but we are finally here. As we know, one of the reasons why it was kept back is because of in San Pedro, where we want to put some of these batteries, Madam Speaker, there's a gentleman claiming that he had a iguana sanctuary. And these bureaucrats all over in Washington hear that and use that to just to delay. But when they finally found out, they finally removed that barrier. So in mid-January of this year, the World Bank Board approved a loan for the sum of $50 million for this project, while the remainder $8.4 million will be funded entirely through highly concessionary resources from the Canada Clean Energy and Forest Climate Facility, and US $8.2 million being an interest-free loan payable over 20 years, and $200,000 being a non-reimbursable grant, so that's free money. The approach of using what we call blended financing to reduce the cost of finance is consistent with our government's objective in maintaining fiscal sustainability. So, Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to table this loan motion for consideration by this Honorable House, and I look forward to its unanimous support. Thanks.
I recognize the Leader of the Opposition, Member for Mesopotamia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is our hope that what the member from Orange Walk Central just presented will not be another hollow loan, Madam Speaker, and that these monies will be able to go to the energy crisis solution that this country is desperately in need of, and that this government knew about from its inception, Madam Speaker, because all that we have had over the last 4 years, Madam Speaker, is loan motion after loan motion, and people's life continue to get worse. The teachers are protesting here in Belmopan because they can't get their money. Firefighters are doing go-slows and sick-outs because they can't get their money. CWU has given notice of industrial action because they can't get their money. So we are borrowing all of these monies, Madam Speaker, for what would appear to be just causes, but it never does translate to the Belizean people. So I hope that this loan of over $100 million, and we have loans to the tune of $200 million that will be borrowed today on behalf of the Belizean people, we hope that we see the solutions outlined in these loan motions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Collett.
Firstly, Madam Speaker, my apologies. I did not realize that the Prime Minister had lumped all the Taiwan motions together. And I do share in the view that those motions merely kick the pan down the road in terms of repayment of those loans. And that is not something that we want to do ideally at all. But apart from that, the timing of these repayment, restructuring of loans, and the taking on of new loans has to be at very least very suspect. I don't think it's a secret now that we are at the end of this current term. I am pretty sure that the Prime Minister is at the very, very edge of the cliff in terms of announcing the election. And so I don't understand how it is at the very last, what could possibly be the very last meeting, you are attempting to borrow in excess of $200 million, and in the other instance, kicking hundreds of millions of dollars down the road. Something has got to be wrong with that. The Prime Minister and his government, Madam Speaker, in doing that, exudes very big confidence. It's almost like he feels it's a done deal that they have won the upcoming elections. Well, you can look at it that way. You can look at it that they're a very nervous government as well, a very nervous party, that they feel that they have to rush and make sure that all of this is fixed in their favor. Or it could be what some have suggested, that there is some kind of campaign money involved in all of this that they will use to ensure that they come up for the election, something that they have long put on the record that political parties do. He will. But, Madam Speaker, any way you look at it, it is suspect. I take you back to 2012. It was a similar situation when the Prime Minister, you could go back to 1993. Let's go back there first. When the Prime Minister then at the time was on a roll and he thought, okay, there's no way we'll lose this. They won the Belize City municipal elections and let's go. And the outcome of that election was tragedy for the People's United Party. And in 2012, it was almost tragic for the United Democratic Party. And what cost the PUP the election, my friend from Lake Independence will remember, was the discard that was in the People's United Party because of my friend from Lake and the then member for Albert Marcus Spot. What a free business, man. But any number can play. And so it is important, Madam Speaker, for us to act responsibly. It is important for the Prime Minister and his administration to act responsibly and to push through $200 million in loan at the very end of your current term does not look responsible. Does not spell that you're trying to be accountable. All that is happening today, Madam Speaker, you hear the standing order that asks for all the bills and motions to be passed in this current sitting being read continuously. Why is it that we're rushing to do all of it in this one sitting? What is the mad rush? If you're not trying to do something that is not clandestine, and if you have so much confidence that you're going to come back as the government, then why is it that you don't wait? Yes. So, Madam Speaker, I agree that while, and maybe the argument cannot be applied as heavily as I would want it to on this particular loan motion, because we know of the energy crisis that is on us, and maybe that is why I wouldn't be surprised if the Prime Minister says that that is the reason for this particular one. But the others, I don't know. And in fact, this is a matter that should have been addressed a long time ago. Might have taken some while to negotiate. But the energy problem is a big problem, and we cannot have in this country unreliable energy. So from that aspect, I support it. But in the larger realm of things where we see this happening just before the elections, Madam Speaker, I would not be able to support this. Thank you.
Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I support but I don't support. That's a good one. Madam Speaker, I think if there's one thing I never do is to take the voters for granted. I've never taken them for granted. But also, the work of the government never stops. Not because there's an election, everything should stop. We need to continue this. You did admit at the very least you talk a little bit more sense than your former leader, kind of no longer your leader. in the sense that to say that there is a crisis, we recognize that. But then you need to question yourself, why is it that we're here with this energy crisis? It is because for 13 years the UDP produced no new energy for this country. None. Zero. 13 years. The prince, the brother of the member from Mesopotamia, I don't refer to any leader or the opposition anymore, got one special permit to be able to build one dam. He have it in his website. Why? Being blatant and right. Because he's hoping that people may go and buy and take the hook and supposedly invest with him. He had no interest in investing. He may want to sell the project. But because you're so busy in trying to accommodate their own, they did not accommodate and work with the people that knew what they're doing to be able to bring more energy to this country. So thanks to the UDP, to their negligence over 13 years, we are finding ourselves with this crisis. And we have been working to deal with this. This loan, Madam Speaker, as I mentioned, granted it took us way too long. We worked on this loan for about 3 years and a half now. Member from Toledo East, 3 years and a half we've been behind with this project. Because we knew that we want to be able to, this is clean energy. And the idea is that we could set off these batteries, and when Mexico at 2 o'clock in the morning, they sell for pennies their power, we will charge up these batteries. And then in the following in the evening, or when the prices are high from Mexico, we're going to use the juice from this battery. Now, trying to kind of give the illusion or trying to create a little mystery that we will hurry past through these loans because as if something is going to happen from this end. Honorable Member from Colette, you have been in government for 13 years. You are deputy leader of the deputy prime minister. You know how these things work. We will approve it, and then it will take you some months before we would be able to get access to this loan. But we need to go through the process. We can't just stop and tell them, well, back, oh, we have an election right now, or we have an election in the next few months, so we don't have to take the loan right now. It takes months. So if by some disaster, win the election, at least you could say, no, thanks to the PP government, we're ready to address this issue of our energy. No, there's no secret contract before election. As you know, no matter which government gets in, we still have to address this problem. So you're supposed to say, you know what, I agreed what you're doing, it is a wise thing. But for you to come and to say as if we try to, well, I need an answer, waste the time to answer the member from Mesopotamia. Carly Joseph make one lot of nice. You see, you need to look in the mirror first, man, and then decide, and then you could talk. We are coming here with solutions to the challenges that we face as a government. And it is challenges that all of us are facing, not the PUP or the UDP, the Belizean people. That's why we're here. On the grace of God, we are going to come back here after the next election. Madam Speaker, I ask for the support for everyone in this House.
Honourable members, that motion is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report. I recognize the Honourable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, this is the Taiwan International Cooperation and Development Fund, expansion and rehabilitation of the Philip Golson US $17.5 million loan motion 2025. With your permission, not to read all the recitals, as this motion has been circulated to all members of I move. Now therefore be it resolved that this Honourable House, being satisfied that the loan proceeds would significantly improve the much needed expansion and rehabilitation of Belize's road network and improve the climate resilience of the Philip Golson Highway, hereby approves and confirms that the government may enter into a loan contract with the International Cooperation Development Fund, Taiwan, the ICDF, on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorize the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said loan contract and all other documents associated therewith. This motion has a recommendation of the Cabinet. And by way of explanation, Madam Speaker, we are very grateful to our close friend and development partner, Taiwan, to help us with this. You see, we had already gotten monies approved through CABE, the central bank, the Central American Bank for Economic Integration. But we are always trying to find ways how we could get cheaper money to get this done. Unlike the UDPs, I mean, we don't can't contact for anything like this because just before the last election, you have been signed some loans and give out contracts to build, remember, for doing the part of the Northern Highway or the Philip Goldson Highway and other contracts that you signed. Now, we're not signing no contract right now. All we're doing is to move the process so you could have access to this loan. Now, you may recall that this project, the purpose is to expand and rehabilitate 16 miles of road of the Philip Goldson Highway from the airport cutoff all the way to Biscayne Village. This will complete the last stretch of this highway to be improved and increasing the resilience of Belize's highway infrastructure. It's something that you all started. We'll finish it. Originally, as I mentioned earlier, Madam Speaker, government had secured all the financing for this project, estimated at $24 million from CABE. However, in keeping with our commitment to fiscal prudence, I'm not sure if you understand that, member from Mesopotamia. Fiscal prudence, being careful, watch your money, see to how you will get the most out of your money. The government, we were able to improve the terms considerably by replacing $17.5 million of the project financing, or 73%, with concessional resources. Concessional. You follow me? You look last. Remember, for myself, look last. But the other side, the real opposition, they understand what I'm talking about. From Taiwan, from the ICDF, which carries an interest rate of only 3% per annum, compared to CABE's rate of 6.84% per annum. Madam Speaker, with a view to expediency, I'm pleased to report that this project is done away using government's counter funding. We don't put some of the money, you know, member from Kayasau. We want money. So, talk about we don't have money. We do have. Now, this loan motion, as well as the other 10 other loan motions with Taiwan, is evidence that this PUP administration continues aggressively along a heightened development path at all times. We strive to remain fiscally shrewd in the public interest. I'm therefore pleased to table these loan motions for consideration by the Honorable House, and I look forward to its unanimous support.
I recognize the member from Mesopotamia, Leader of Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I really have to play Bolero today. You know, I never played Bolero before. I have nothing to do with the Prince of Belize, so I have no affiliation to Bolero. But the reason I have to play Bolero is because I am going to stand here and say that I associate myself with the member from Collet, and if the two of us agree in this honorable house as to the suspicious activity, what could only be perceived as to the suspicious activity of $200 million being borrowed in one sitting, Madam Speaker, then you know something is wrong. How is it that I would like to know which bank I could go to? Tell them, listen, I can't pay, the facility that I have, and get another facility. So how is it that the Belizean people cannot look at this as very, very suspicious activity on the eve of a general elections? Madam Speaker, it makes absolutely no sense. You can't pay one loan, and I'm going to give you another loan. Madam Speaker, what is happening here? And then when the honorable member from Orange Walk Central talks about how these loans work for the Belizean people. Madam Speaker, it is not political talk. It is not propaganda. The reality is, Madam Speaker, we had a protest today in Belmopan by the teachers of this nation, Madam Speaker. We saw a protest. We saw a protest here today. Despite the claims of the member from Lake Independence, Madam Speaker, despite the claims of the Prime Minister that everything is good in this country, every time they come with these loan motions, they tell us how wonderful Madam Speaker, I am giving a presentation. The Prime Minister needs to be quiet, Madam Speaker. Whether or not he is talking to Ms. Pletch, it should not be where that we hear him talking.
Unfortunately, during any sitting of any House or Senate, there are going to be administrative matters that have to be handled between the clerk and the leader of the government.
As I was saying, Madam Speaker, we do not see the benefits of any of these loans, Madam Speaker. That is why we have a go slow with the firefighters. We have a notice of industrial action with the stevedores, and we had a protest today. So you would want to give this government the benefit of the doubt. But nothing that they have said in this honorable house comes to be. They promise all types of promises, Madam Speaker, and it never comes to be. We were just here at the last house sitting, and a member from Lakei got up and he laughed and he joked and he said, you know, I get no protest, and the protest today. So how are we to believe anything that the member from Orange Walk Central says in relations to these loan motions when he can't pay one loan from Taiwan, but then he's getting another loan from Taiwan, Madam Speaker? And all of the peoples, whether stevedores, whether teachers, whether firefighters, they're all complaining, Madam Speaker, that life is terrible. The trickle is not trickling down, Madam Speaker. So the fiscal prudence that he speaks of, we don't see it. We don't feel it, Madam Speaker. So I don't see how we can support a loan motion when he can't even pay the loans from the previous loans, the 10 loans from Taiwan, Madam Speaker. Then this is the same member from Orange Walk Central that used to decry the then government of Belize, the UDP government, for borrowing. No, I'd have to call you JB, Johnny Barrow. Not borrow, but borrow. Because all you do to borrow from will come in this term of parliament, Madam Speaker. The member from Orange Walk Central has not stopped borrowing. We are at $2 million a day if you look at these loans, Madam Speaker. And we were borrowing at the level that we were borrowing under the last administration due to COVID. What is your excuse now? What is your excuse for all of this borrowing if you have such a robust economy? It doesn't make sense. You claim to be this astute businessman. You know what that word means, right? Because I know when Stuart, no, right for you, you don't understand anything, as smart as you pretend to be. When he insults me, you not say nothing, Madam Speaker. Come on, I take my lick. Come on.
Secondly, I am cautioning you. Learn the difference.
But you don't caution this gentleman, and he's the member from Orange Walk Central.
Check the records.
You have no special privilege in here.
Check the records.
You are a member, sir, just as I am a member. He is the member. We're all members in here. As I was saying, Madam Speaker, when we were in government, we had to borrow at an excessive rate in the year 2020 because we were dealing with a global pandemic. What is the excuse now for this excessive borrowing, Madam Speaker. 200 million in one day, Madam Speaker, and I will send the honorable member from Orange Walk Central the printout of all the monies that he has borrowed since he has lost track, Madam Speaker. And while he claims to be this astute businessman, I know I'll tell you how you get started in a business, because I don't want the Speaker, you know, exercise, what do you say, Madam Speaker, 43A? I don't want you to exercise that, how your family got started in business. But I don't know what type of economics degree you got, because no business person just borrows and borrows and borrows. It doesn't make business sense. You get the capital you need and you invest and you try to generate revenues. You claim that you are generating revenues, yet you keep borrowing. You said you need to manage cash flow. That is a pretty way of saying you're broke. And you used to accuse us of borrowing and borrowing, but we had an excuse. What is your excuse, member from Orange Walk Central? Because it is not your money. None of you will necessarily pay back this loan. The Belizean people will have to pay back this loan, Madam Speaker, as all the other loans. And the Belizean people are not benefiting, Madam Speaker. And I close on that note. We would want to believe in the nobility of what is outlined in these motions. Beautifully written, but the ugly reality was on display here today in Belmopan, where the teachers still don't get their money. So when the member from Orange Walk Central talks about saving 30 million US, pay the teachers, take care of the firefighters, take care of the stevedores. You didn't want Waterloo, you run Stake Bank into the ground. Take care of the people, Madam Speaker, on whose backs you are borrowing. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable, I recognize the member for Toledo East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good afternoon, Belize. I bring greetings from the beautiful people of Toledo East to this honorable House, and also to, as an extension, to all the Belizean people. When I listened to the honorable leader of the opposition, I realized that his intention is to play politics, or I would have to agree with the honorable Prime Minister to say that he don't understand economics, because this motion that we are discussing is not a motion to borrow. It's actually to do a restructuring of a loan. So just to educate you a little bit, ICDF is a department run under the Taiwan government. But the Taiwan government is the largest owner of Kabay. The second largest owner is Korea. So when they're speaking about ICDF, is a line of credit that is coming through Kabay. Now, leader of the opposition, I would like to also educate you on a very important point, and that is that all the banks, and we're talking about the multilaterals, have different line of credit. No, it lives on the ability of a nation to be able to negotiate. Because of the Briceños administration, well-managed debt to GDP, and it's important to highlight that it is this government that have been able to reduce the largest debt to GDP in the world. And it's not me saying it, it's the IMF, over 60 points. And that is the truth, Honorable Leader of the Opposition. Please, please tell the truth to the Belizean people. Now, when you are in that position, you have the ability to sit down with any multilateral. And when you sit with the multilaterals, you can tell them, we want the best option for the Belizean people. And when you talk about cash flow, it is simply increasing the fiscal space so you can invest more on social programs, such as education. Look at free education, my friend.
Yes, sir, free education.
And all the first farmers managed to get free uniform in Toledo District because there is a better fiscal space. NHI. But let me tell you something. Leader of the Opposition, it's very important for you to listen to this part because I don't think you have the real issue, and I don't look at the tip of the iceberg, but I will always look at the root of the problem. You know why we had to deal with this loan? Because in 2014, the United Democratic Party borrowed $30 million for the same road, PM. 10 million US were used on feasibility studies. 10 million US were used for feasibility studies. And they cannot produce the feasibility study. And then the $20 million, when the World Bank asked back for it, what happened? Oh, we will use it as a voucher disperser through Social Security and to the agro-productive sector. But guess what? What makes it worse? And I want all the Belizean people to listen to this. Anytime you borrow a loan and you don't use it, you're paying commitment fees. And that is the money that you all were taking from the most vulnerable population of this nation, using their taxpayers and use it to pay a big loan, don't get the work done, and tell me, where is the feasibility study? Today, we have a great opportunity to restructure a loan. No, I want to also highlight an important point, that with COVID, the Federal Reserve also increased the interest rate to reduce the supply of money into any ecosystem, with the main objective to reduce inflation. So all the multilaterals were affected, and CABES as an institution, as a multilateral institution, was also affected. No, when they're affected, the nations like Belize, when we have to borrow, then the interest rate will go up. But we said no to CABES. No, we won't borrow at that rate. You know? So ICDF, through Taiwan, as an owner of the bank, says, you know what? Let us give you a better offer. No, their interest rate is flat. It's a fixed rate, which means it will not be affected by any future change in terms of whether it is the Federal Reserve or the London stock market. I will end, Madam Speaker, by saying we're looking forward to welcome all Belizean people to the beautiful Toledo District and to the chocolate capital of Belize, Punta Gorda. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Colette.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Very surprised that my friend from Toledo East, he has been the CEO of Economic Development, correct? Under the Prime Minister. And he should know very well that there cannot be what he described just now, the kind of political football playing with the World Bank money. He knows that. No politics can be played, like he explained just now, $10 million on a feasibility study accusing the UDP government of playing politics and abusing the World Bank money. That's nonsense. Sir, I have been elected a member of this house under the UDP thing. Anyway, I'm not going to waste time. That is absolutely absurd, what he just said. Trying to cast aspersions on the last UDP government. Anybody knows that these multilaterals, they have very strict policies, they have very strict guidelines that you have to follow. If you want to accuse anybody of why that feasibility study had to be done and so on, accuse the World Bank of the very rigid guidelines that they put countries through, which I have often gone on the record in this honorable house to say is a waste of the monies that we borrow. Because when they lend you the money, they want to tell you all the hoops you have to jump through, and many times those hoops that you have to jump through require you to give consultancies and do studies and do this and that pulls a lot of the money. Remember, just the other day when we spoke about the MCC program, I highlighted some of it when you said $2 million of the money was already spent. Sometimes you get these grants or these loans and a bulk of the money is already spent because these agencies require you to do certain things. So there can be no hanky-panky with these monies. And my friend, the member from Toledo East, if it was another member who said it, Madam Speaker, I would say they said it out of ignorance and they didn't know better, but there is no excuse for my friend from Toledo East. He is now a member, a full member. He has been baptized. We now make it get away with that. And he's a real doctor. But after this, Madam Speaker, I mean, we already spoke about the suspicious nature of these loans. We already spoke about kicking the pan down the road, so I won't go on with that. But from what they've said, these loans, this particular one, it's a restructuring, and that they will now use this money, which was approved a long time ago. It's just now moving the loan from Kabay to Taiwan to build climate-resilient roads. And I won't knock my friend from Kayo South too hard, and I hope you don't take it too personal, because he's been known to do that sometimes. But the truth of the matter is, my friend from Kayo South, we come to this honorable house from time to time talking about climate-resilient roads. You condemn the UDP for the amount of money that we borrow and the amount of money that we assign to contracts. You came into this honorable house when you were elected and became the government, and you said that these contracts were bloated and that you would cut them down. And the fact of the matter is that many of the projects that you executed, sir, are second-rate projects. And if you don't believe me, you drive the highways of this country right now. You drive the streets of the cities and towns of this country right now. I remember my friend from Corozal North came here to talk to you about the Remate Road, to complain about the quality of the Remate Road, and you said to him, in fairness, you said to him that you invited him to go and visit, and later on you said he didn't bother to go. Well, that does not change the fact that the quality of the road is substandard. In fact, one of the things that you did, I remember well, because I was grateful for it. That same portion of road that you're talking about now from the airport, at least between the airport and Boom Cutoff, one of the very first things you did when your government took office in 2020 was to hot mix that piece of road, which was terrible. Those of us who live in the area know. I see Mr. Mira and Mr. Leal. Sorry, I'm a member from Belmopan and a member from Rural North who probably frequent the area, nod their heads. I was grateful for it. But the truth of the matter is, some of these projects, and if we are building them climate resilient, they are not resilient to the climate. Let's look at the piece from Hallova Bridge. Well, we could look at Hallova Bridge itself. But Hallova Bridge to Belize City, you go see it right now. That's a piece that we've looked at. My friend from Cayo South told us that we spent $4 million, I think was the figure he told us, and we allowed it to slide. $4 million on a roundabout because the area was unsteady. And I believe you spent $4 million. But you know what the problem is with that? Hypocrisy. Hypocrisy. Because when the UDP government spent, and you have the same engineer, if I'm not mistaken, correct? Your chief engineer is Mr. Moody. The same Mr. Moody who was responsible for the Farbers Road. When you spoke about the $8 million, well, sir, Farbers Road is in good condition. Not, you know, they broke up. But the road there on the Philip Golson Highway is in shambles. 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 But we all know, we all know that the area is a soft area. They spent millions of dollars there and all over the city. They resurfaced the portion on the George Price Highway. Go see it now. The portion leading out of the city when you and him they fight about who want pave the thing. Go see it. Yes, because the mayor didn't want to do it, and then there was a quarrel between the Minister of Works and the Minister of Tourism. Whenever you end up to pave it, you forget the war going on. You said that you would have paved it because it's the entrance to the city. You paved it? All right. All right, sir. I'm just simply saying there was a dispute over who should pave it. And you ended up paving it. But all the way out of the city, all the way to mile 5, but all the way on the highway, you know how much money, and your response is going to be UDP. UDP and PUP borrow money for climate resilient roads, if that is your argument. And these roads are not resilient to climate. You talked about Chetumal Street. The minister from Cayo South has spent money to fix, thank you for reminding me, spent money to fix Chetumal Street too. All right, you claim we left it there. He himself has tried to fix Chetumal Street. Every minute they fix Chetumal Street. And it's still bad. He can't fix it. Yeah, but he no got hole. Farbers Road no have no hole. I'm telling you. So if we are saying, we are giving lip service that we are building climate resilient roads, Madam Speaker, I hope that is what we are really doing here. I really hope that that is what we're doing. You spoke, Madam Speaker, of Kabay, and I was surprised that in effect they're running down Kabay. This is an entity that has helped them tremendously. Oh, you said that that their money is expensive, basically. Yeah, but you never, when you were getting from them, when you made get all the police vehicles and the BDF, I'm surprised that you don't have anything to say about that, Mr. Member from Corozal Southeast. Thank you, because you never made acknowledge that. When you were receiving the cut ribbons and all of that, when everything made happen for the BDF, you didn't say that it was the UDP who secured all of that. You had said it was the UDP, because thank you, it's coming out now. So, Madam Speaker, I will leave it there just to say that I hope that they really mean climate resilience, because they have looked at these roads before millions of dollars are being spent on these roads to rehabilitate them, and I don't really see where any of these roads are being built climate resilient. No drains, proper drains are not being put in, and as a result, we have the same problem over and over and over and over again. So I hope that we do things the proper way.
I recognize the member for Kyle South.
I was going to be quiet today, Madam Speaker, because Prime Minister promised me I'll call election. I still wait, Prime Minister. But you feel sorry for no, maybe I'll call it. Yeah, we kind of sure which one that uno. Let's start with what the Honorable Real Dr. Martinez mentioned with feasibility studies.
Doctor Economics.
Doctor in economics.
Development Economics.
Don't know that refinancing is still alone.
Madam Speaker, do I have the liberty to express myself as I would like to?
Let's just stay within standing orders.
And lady, we inherited a system where, yes, you're right, the Honorable Patrick, a member from Collett, we inherited a system where when the governments would go to secure loans, yes, they would package in the loans percentage for feasibilities, percentage for studies, percentage for all kinds of administrative costs. When the Prime Minister gave me the opportunity to be the Minister of Infrastructure Development, the first thing we did was to look at those loans and to sit with the Ministry of Finance to see if it was necessary for us to really spend on all these feasibility studies and all the administrative costs that adds up to millions of dollars at times when you make these loans. So you're right, and it was what we inherited from your government. Since we took office and we did those exercises, we were able to redesign projects to be able to save the Belizean people millions of dollars by eliminating or minimizing a lot of these costs, not affecting the true value of the infrastructure or the engineering aspect of the infrastructure, but merely to adjust and minimize the administrative and feasibility costs. I'll give you an example. When we looked at your numbers for the Hallova Bridge, it was about $55 million, if I'm not mistaken. Immediately, we commissioned our engineers and the foreign consultants to redesign the bridge, to minimize the feasibility, to minimize the administrative costs, and we ended up building that same bridge that you're criticizing for $25 million. And we saved the Belizean people $25 million. When we looked at the contract for Caracol, which was over $100 million, which was with the Kuwaiti fund and the OPEC fund to a certain extent. We sat with the Kuwaiti government, we sat with the Kuwaiti fund, and we explained to them, listen to me, we understand that, we understand that this contract has already been done. We understand the scope of works. We are happy with the funding that was given to us, but we believe that the road is not suitable for what we want it for. It was over-designed, meaning we had major priorities above that. As you are aware, we have priorities of infrastructure that needs to be done in the country. So again, we redesigned the second phase of that road that leads out of Mountain Pine Ridge into Caracol. And again, Prime Minister, we were able to save $25 million. We looked at the Philip Golson Highway project, which is the one that was signed by you guys from Biscayne Village all the way to the northern border. And we ended up saving, again, I think it was in that case, if I'm not mistaken, it was like $12 million. Let me finish, sir. I am being as nice as I possibly can. Right, Madam Speaker? I am making an effort. What did we do with the savings of the Philip Goulston Highway? We ended up paving large sections of the Orinjoa Tongue. We ended up paving large sections of Corozal Tongue. We ended up with savings from the coastal, which we got also. We ended up paving large portions of Stang Creek Tongue, and the next real doctor can attest to that, Dr. Zab. That is what we are doing, Honorable. We are trying to use the money that we borrow as efficiently as we possibly can. And we have, our record shows it. You know, like I'm not making it up, as the member from MESOP does. I am not lying about it. These are facts. We have brought it to the House, Prime Minister. When we borrowed the money, we brought it to the House when we are asking for the savings. We have brought it to the House when we are telling you where the savings will be used. And let's get to your climate resilient concerns. There is nothing in this entire world that is manufactured that is 100% perfect. Nothing. The iPhone that you have works well, but one or two of them will give you a problem. The vehicles that we drive, they come out of the factory, and some of them are not as good as the large majority. So what do? You place in your contracts what you call a warranty period time. Whereas if a contractor concludes a job, he has, in our case, he has about a year where he has to go back and remedy whatever problems that would occur. What happens on a highway? Sometimes there are underwater pipes that the engineers are not knowledgeable of. Sometimes there are natural springs that the engineers have not been able to identify. And as you go along, these come up. But, and this you can never say, whenever a problem occurs, if it is day or if it is night, if it is during the week or if it was on the weekend, the employees of MIDH along with the private contractors address the issues immediately. The problem you're speaking of from the Beniz roundabout to the Halover Bridge that continuously gives problems. We are not hiding from that fact. It is something that has been noted historically. We have mentioned it here how many times, Prime Minister? Over and over. It is, the problem is not, the problem is more or less from leaving Biltmore, a little bit more towards the Halover that has about, in some areas, between 60 to 70 feet of peat. And for those that are not knowledgeable of that word, peat is organic material, rotted material that is below the surface, that is organic, meaning it will rot, so it will disappear with time, and then the resistance of the ground cannot hold up to the road. We have made a proposal to the Prime Minister and Cabinet that in order to 100% attack that problem and solve it, it would take at a minimum $25 million. And we would need a causeway. A causeway in its theoretical way of looking at it, meaning it won't be elevated like a bridge, but the concept is the same. We would have to pile the road all the way to the Halover Bridge, maybe leaving it a little bit higher than it is. The flooding does not affect. But what does that do? The piling penetrates the peat and reaches the bedrock so that you don't have that problem. The same system that was used for the bridge itself. So yes, we understand. So in the meantime, what Cabinet decided is that we have other priorities in the country at the present moment. We have NHI that's rolling out, which was one. We have land distribution, which is another. We had free education, which was important. So that section of the road was not classified at the time as a major priority, and therefore Cabinet said, let's deal with it temporarily until we can secure a loan to be able to do that section. I really hope that satisfies your concern with that. The roads that we have done, let's name them. The Southern Highway that we are right now working on, it is being hot mixed from the junction of Dangriga all the way to Kendall Bridge. That is I would say more than 50% completed and should be done. That's a hot mix project. That road experienced 4 potholes in the last month. Why? Why? No. We have been experiencing rains from October that has never ceased. October, from before that, September, October, November, December. Listen to me. The road is not completed. It's not completed. And so there are sections that we are aware that will be dealt with under the initial contract that the contractor has, and he is responsible to make sure that it will be completed to perfection. No. You can't. Yes, let's continue. I can continue because we have done quite a lot of roads, gentlemen. Quite a lot. The road from Belmopan all the way to San Ignacio was started by your government and completed by us. We have had minimal problems there. We are doing the one right now from San Ignacio to Benque border, about to be completed. We went through a flooding during the construction of that road without any major problems, meaning the part that we concreted in the Sokots village was performed beautifully. Water went over because it has to go over, but it did not damage the road. That's a fact. Well, no matter where you hear, my brother, what are the truth? My brother, don't listen to gossip. Where your ex-member for mess up, the real member for mess up, me say? Check your change. So, I'll continue. The road that is being done in the beautiful district of Corozal, in the constituency of my friend there, is about to be completed, and we have experienced minimal problems with it. The Remate is a road that goes through a very low-lying area, and it has experienced some flooding. We have looked at it, and we are looking at an analysis at what can be done to even better it more. But again, minimal. You talk 1 or 2 possible deficiencies in a small section compared to hundreds and hundreds of miles of properly done infrastructure. Anywhere you go in the world and you analyze any project, you have to take into consideration that there are minor deficiencies that have to be dealt with. Anybody that tells you otherwise is giving you a lie. Farbars Road. Well, your good friend, the chief engineer, your good friend, the chief engineer, Mr. Moody, takes a beating at the Ministry of Infrastructure Development for Farbars Road. We tell him, boy, how you build one road, 8 miles of road, and yes, he came back the other day when the flooding. I said, but the road, the whole up, boss. So I tell her, yes. I tell her, yes, my brother, the road, the whole up, because you know the road was designed for heavy traffic, but no heavy traffic, they use the road. Since then, the port opened up, and all the major traffic from the sugar industry now goes to the south. All the big containers now go to the south. Everybody, that's why the Southern Highway broke up, because all of the big trucks were on the Southern Highway and we had to deal with it. So, yes, you design a road for 8 miles, $8 million a mile, and it's not being used. Well, I assume that it won't be broken up. So I'll give him that one. If that is what you recommend for us to tax the trucks, then maybe we consider it. And I'll say that it's your motion. Would that make you happy? All right. Now, what are the 3 types of road structures that are used throughout the world? Chip and seal is what we have traditionally been using in Belize. Since we came in, we tried to make a recommendation, and we have been successful to a certain extent to increase the quality of the roads by making the use of hot mix, which is the second best approach. The third and the ultimate and optimal approach is concreting. So you have chip and seal, which is designed to last you about 5 years. That's the lifespan. Hot mix, about 10 years. Concrete, if done well, and I'm seeing the ones in Belize City that were concreted under Darrell Bradley not doing so well, lasts or should last between 15 to 20 years. So that's the time span that the engineers calculate for those types of road structures. And the costs also. Chip and seal is the least expensive. Hot mix comes in next as a little bit more expensive, and the most expensive of them all is concreting. So the hope of the ministry and this government, if possible, is as we go along, we increase the type of infrastructure that's being used, the quality, so that someday, hopefully, we can do more of concreting, less of hot mixing, and the chip and seal will only be used for secondary roads instead of the main arteries. What else you brought up, my brother, where I could answer? There is a new contract that has been awarded, which we came to the house, and you should, well, I'm not sure when you fly in from the States, so I'm never sure if you made it that time or the next time, but a loan was passed to be able to do a contract from Belize City to Buttonwood Bay. That is in process right now to address your issue. We just signed the one that we brought here, which is from the Ladyville or the airport junction all the way to Biscayne, which would complete the Philip Golson Highway. That will give you the opportunity, member from Colette, because you don't live the Colette, you live the Lords Bank, right? So in Lords Bank, well, you live in the States, but Lords Bank is one of your residences. You will be able to drive like in America on a 4-lane highway that is between Ladyville and Lords Bank. That's on the plans already. And it is to incorporate the hot mix that you mentioned that we did up to the boom. We will incorporate that into the design, meaning that has already been done. It will not be redone. We will incorporate it because the size of the road, it will be much wider to accommodate the 4-lane highway. All of that is being taken into consideration. I am open, have always been open to anybody on that side, maybe not that one, but the rest, to come to the ministry, to visit, to visit. Huh? Where I live? You know where I live? Yeah, I don't sell that to one of your ballet. Who else? Tell me, anything else? I live in Kayoso. My village is a Roaring Creek, my brother. I live in Kayoso. I breathe in the morning Kayoso air. I look at the Kayoso toucans pass my window every morning. I enjoy the smiles of the Kayoso residents every single day. Well, how you want to say call it every day if you did in America, my brother? Virtually. You come back? When you come back? I have been there since November last year. Oh, you get a degree? Okay. I just made a check, Madam Speaker, because a lot of them got degree, but they don't got paper. My brother, you want to get a degree before election? Bring it, man. Watch out. Oh, on this side, we got real PhD. On that side, we got... But I know if I call her one. Your one, it'll come. All right. I hope you're on that seat after the Bascal election, because then you might got nobody on that side. You don't think so? How much you think we're going to win?
Members, let's stay to the motion, please. Please.
Sorry, Madam Speaker. Sorry. You say, I'm in the spirit. But I'll close by this. And I will veer a little bit away from the topic, very minimal. You guys are doing a disservice to the democracy of this country. So you want to sit down, separated. That's not good. We need to be able for you guys to make sure that this country has an opposition in place. What is happening right now is a disservice to this country.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, irrelevant. Close up.
I ask permission, my brother, not like you. I ask permission from the boss, the real boss, not you. So, like what the lady says, sit down. Madam Speaker, when the opposition comes to this house and starts off the meeting on the basis of blatant lying, it makes everything else that they say insignificant, because it shows the people the character of what they are trying to say. The first thing the leader of the opposition said when he came in, he accused a member of this house that his family was being hired illegally. He made an assumption that is wrong. He insulted the member on this side. He insulted the Prime Minister. He lied, and he still got a bare face for one smile after he lied. Madam Speaker, they need to do better than that. And so, I am here justifying the truth. As the member from Toledo East, did. And any one of you, I challenge, can stand up on the facts to debate us, and we are ready. We've always been ready. We are ready now. And when the boss calls it, we will definitely be ready. Thank you.
Recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the Honorable Member from Kayosot for making my job so much easier, and also the member from Toledo East to be able to explain to the other side. And I'm really happy. I must commend the member from Kayosot. He is on his best behavior. Because I'm telling if he behave bad, and everyone call election, but look, I want me to call this quickly. But Madam Speaker, just very quickly, and see, this is the difference when you just come here and just spew out things. You come, you don't prepare, and you just don't get up and just oppose. The honorable member from Mesopotamia, they repeat the same thing every time they get up, the same thing over and over and over. It gets repetitions, you repeat. And that people no longer try to listen to because you just repeat everything. Repetitious all the time. There's a difference between borrow for pay bills and borrow for invest. Towards the end of the UDP government, they were borrowing to pay bills. They were borrowing to be able to pay the light and electricity and so forth. We borrowed to invest. That is why when we got in, when Minister of State Chris Coy came to me like about 2 weeks later and tell me, you realize that the government has been borrowing $1 million a day. That's what you do. You're borrowing to pay your bills. They're like, you're borrowing, you go pay your credit card, you still owe. You borrow for pay your light and salaries. We are borrowing to invest in the Belizean people. That is a big difference between your side and this side. And I am glad that the honorable member from Toledo East, he has a doctorate in economics. Is development economics? Social development economics. And that he can come because he worked through these loans all these years, so he could properly explain to the to the other side and to point out that we had already gotten this loan. But then when you find that you will get cheaper money and you blend it, would you save money for the people, my brother? Would you save money? That's what we're all about. We're trying to get the best deal possible. Where was the look where we could save money? The honorable member from Kayosot went through, just quickly, in 3 loans, we saved probably at about $65 million. Yeah, more than $65 million we saved from loans that you made. You made those loans. And he came back and said, you know what, we don't need to spend all of this money. Pahalova Bridge, I think we voted for about 3 times. The hospital in San Pedro, I think about 2 or 3 times we voted for the money. Poor Junior Radio, me embarrassed. When he called, I was getting the barrow again. And now we build the hospital, we build the Harlover Bridge, all for save for the people with money, Madam Speaker. And then you come and accuse. And the issue, the World Bank money, Honorable Member from Colette, if you don't remember, and I'm glad what Honorable Member from Cayo South said, we sit down with the multilaterals and we negotiate. We don't just take anything they bring on top of us. And we tell you we don't spend all of the money for consultancies and all that kind of thing. $10 million to consult for a road owner never did build. $10 million. And then what did you do with the rest of the money? You repurpose that money. You repurpose that money during COVID. Again, borrow to be able to pay bills. That's what you were doing. You never build the road, but you still left with $30 million loan that now we have to pay. That we are paying. We are paying. But so where's your money? That's the point. We are not borrowing to pay bills. We are borrowing for invest in the Belizean people. That's the difference between that side and this side. Madam Speaker, I urge that everyone on this House support this motion.
Honourable members, that motion is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report. Before I call on the Honourable Prime Minister, procedurally, on my notes, I note that there was the Belize Blue Cities and Beyond project, so I'll ask that if we do that, and as well procedurally on the loan motion on the $58 million loan motion. That should have been a request for all three stages. So I will ask if we can merge that request, right, both of them together. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, not to seek your indulgence, to seek your indulgence, the Honourable House, to have these both motions, Madam Speaker, to be taken through all stages this day.
Honourable members, the question is that both motions previously read be taken through all its stages this day. All those in favour kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honourable Prime Minister, and this is on the Belize Blue Cities and Beyond project loan motion.
Madam Speaker, this is the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development through the International Development Association, what they refer to as IDA or IDA. The Belize Blue Cities and Beyond project for US $23.5 million loan motion 2025. With your permission not to read the recitals, I move now, therefore, be it resolved that this Honourable House, being satisfied that the loan proceeds would significantly assist the government of Belize in its efforts to develop the blue economy sector in Belize and ensure the conservation and sustainable use of its blue assets, approve and confirm that the government may enter into a financing agreement with the International Development Association of the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorize the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said loan contract and all other documents associated therewith. Madam Speaker, I think it's important before I go into the explanation, what Belize has done is historic. Belize, in the World Bank, there's this special funds, that's what is referred to as the International Development Association, that is given to the poorest of the poor in the countries in the world. And for a very long time we have been saying that whilst we may, because of the growth of the economy and the growth of the GDP, that you may think we are a middle-income country, despite all of that we face special challenges. We, as a country, we are, in effect, too big for 400,000 people. And we have, when we want to build schools, we have to build several hundred schools. For instance, to give a quick example comparison, the country of Barbados. Barbados could fit in Ambergris Caye. They pave 100 miles or 150 miles of road, and don't pave all of the roads. Just from the cutoff from Dangriga to PG, now over 100 miles, that alone. And so we have these special challenges that we face because of the country being so spread out and so little population. But more importantly, that Belize is one of the most vulnerable countries when it comes to the issues of climate change. We're in the top 10. And so we had to make that case to the lenders or to the leaders of in effect, the World Bank, the main decision makers, the United States, Canada, the UK, Australia, Germany. We had to go into an intense campaign worldwide, Madam Speaker, to whenever we go to meetings, and for instance, the Chancellor of Germany, when he was there, we had a meeting in New York. As soon as we finished that meeting, he had a meeting with SIDS, Small Island Developing States. I waited for him, and as soon as I get on break, I quickly explained to him what we want to do, asking him for the support. I did that to Justin Trudeau, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. We did that to the state, to the Secretary of State for the United States. We did that with Boris Johnson. We have been doing all of this work, making sure, yes, we do work, we don't go on holiday, trying to make this case that Belize should be eligible. So now this loan is the first loan that we will be able to have to access this loan, Madam Speaker. I think you should clap to Member Van Collett, because you will benefit someday when you don't get into government. Someday, we don't know when, because this funding is cheap money. In some instances, zero interest rate. You could pay, pay nothing for 10 years, then after that 20 years, it's monies that could really help this country to develop. Something that will help all of us. So, Madam Speaker, as I said, this after 2 years of collective advocacy by Minister Koyi and myself, Foreign Minister Ibon Korte, former Foreign Minister, now Foreign Minister Francis Fonseca, honorable member from Freetown, then now member from Toledo East, who at that time was the CEO. All of us collectively was working to get to this point. And so now, Madam Speaker, now Belize was able to successfully get eligibility to roughly US $23 million per annum of highly concessional financing from the International Development Association, IDA, of the World Bank. Yes, I'll tell you right. For instance, to give an example, Madam Speaker, this loan, Madam Speaker, that has a fixed interest rate of, of 0.75%. 0.75%. Yes, pretty much free, because inflation is more than that. Inflation is about 3% or 4%. And a repayment period, as I mentioned earlier, for 30 years, with an initial 10 years grace period on principal repayment. You can't get better than that. Yeah. So now, last week Friday, the executive directors of the World Bank Group approved a loan for the government of Belize for the sum of $23.5 million US dollars, or $47 million Belize. Now, they know the work of we timing that, they ain't got an election this year, so we don't approve it until after the election. They're doing their work. Likewise, we are the government. We right here, whilst we may be the PUP government, we belong to the People's United Party. We are the government of Belize, including UNO. We are for UNO government, like it or not. And so we do work for UNO. So we have to be able to make sure that we proceed with these loans, Madam Speaker. So these funds will be used to help finance what we call the Belize Blue Cities and Beyond project on the terms stated above. Now, Madam Speaker, $4.8 million US dollars of that loan, some actually attract no interest, zero interest of that loan. So the total project size is $32.2 million US dollars, or over $64.4 million. The remainder of the financing, $8.7 million US dollars, comprised entirely of grant resources. $3.76 US million is from the Global Environmental Facility, the GEF, or this, and the GEF. $4 million US dollars comes from the Global Program for the Blue Economy Multi-Donor Trust Fund. and a little less than $1 million US come from the Global Facility for Disaster Reduction and Recovery. They could have never come up with this, you know. Could have never come up with this. And I have to thank also the member for the Minister of Sustainable Development, who do a lot of the advocacy in trying to get some of these monies. So now the Belize Blue Cities and Beyond project will support numerous activities. These activities will address policy development and capacity building, carbon market readiness, and the blue economy investment programs, and the upgrade to the Belize City wastewater treatment plant. I want to hear you vote against this. An expansion of the water supply in South San Pedro, a waste management pilot in San Pedro town, 4 miles of road extension to the South San Pedro from Mahogany Bay all the way to the southern tip of the island. Assistance to Belize Water Services, BWS, to renovate the only wastewater treatment plant in Belize City. Now, 300 from the other side of Belize City, we're going to see if we vote against this. And an upgrade to drainage, culvert systems, and water supply in Punta Gorda. So, Madam Speaker, it goes without saying that I am particularly proud of this achievement. We do good work, work that will have a direct impact of some of our most vulnerable population, Madam Speaker. And it comes at a critical time as Belize continues to build its resilience against environmental and economic challenges that threaten our ecological stability. Madam Speaker, we have never seen this kind of rain from September. From September. You think we like to see our streets broken up? You think we enjoy that? You don't think we want to go fix it right now? But the streets were on a bill. The streets were on a bill. And the point is, with all the climate resilience in the world, when you have rains consistently from September, October, November, January, December, in February still the rain. These are things, and that's why we have to continue to redesign. We have to go to the drawing board, and we have to redesign. Because it seems that this is now what is we're going to be facing. And after, when now we get out of this rain earlier in last year, we don't have no water, we had no rains, and we had fires that we've never seen before. We never create them problems, but we have to deal with it. So, Madam Speaker, because of the importance of this law, Madam Speaker, and it has nothing to do because whether an election is going to be held now or next month or the other month, the work of the government continues. The work of the people never stops. That is why we're bringing these loans right now. So I'm therefore most pleased to table this loan motion for consideration by this Honorable House, and I look forward to its unanimous support. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Leader of Opposition, member for Mesopotamia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Member from Orange Walk Central, make up your mind. When you complain that you want a strong opposition, if I would just sit here and be a mute, you would complain and say that that is a weak opposition. Me and the member from Collet actually agree on the deplorable suspicions as to the terrible timing of these loans. And we are working together to hold you accountable. That's what a democracy is, sir. A democracy means asking questions. A democracy means putting on record the things that we have concerns about, but you don't want that. You want us to sit down. You want to be like some of your other opposition friends, I won't call any name. You want to just sit down and clap. You want to sit down and clap, and then I will be okay, but never. I will fall on my sword standing up rather than be on my knees to the PUP. So that is why I'm here, sir. I have a responsibility to the people of this country, to every motion, every bill, to get up and to offer the concerns that we have as an opposition, Madam Speaker. So I am happy that Belize City will get assistance. I am happy that San Pedro Town will get assistance. But the problem is, Madam Speaker, that this government has no credibility. So when they say that the motion says X, Y, and Z, and they read out the recitals, you can't believe in this government, Madam Speaker. Again, they talk about debating on the facts. The fact is the teachers are protesting because they can't get their pay. So you talk about borrowing. I never thought the day, Madam Speaker. I used to sit in Parliament, in the galleries, Madam Speaker, from 2014 thereabouts. I would come to every single House meeting, Madam Speaker. And I was a student, and I would listen to the members exchange and debate. And the member from Orange Walk Central, I think at that time, he was not leader of the opposition because they were playing musical chairs. I think the member from Freetown was leader of the opposition. But Madam Speaker, this government used to complain about borrowing and how borrowing means that you are incompetent as a government. And now here is this honorable member from Orange Walk Central bragging about how they know how to borrow. But I thought if you were growing the economy at these record numbers, you would not need to borrow. Because I know that the member from Toledo East, I don't know, I think it's he went to a university in Sinaola or Tijuana or one of them places. I know I'll get into the credibility as to your doctorate. Well, I left that alone because you're my good friend from Caribbean Shores, right? You live the Caribbean Shores, but the representative from Toledo East. I left that alone. But I don't need any of you guys to come in here and try to be so educated and so smart that you're ignoring the failure to invest these so-called savings and these loans that you claim you're borrowing not to pay bills, so you to borrow for invest. It's like someone getting money to put on a good outfit but not pay their rent, not take care of their kids. What sense does that make that you come here and try to brag about how you know how to borrow so that you could invest? But the most important investment, such as our teachers, our firefighters, our stevedores, the hard-working women and men of this country continue to complain. They are punishing, they are suffering under this government. It has been 5 years and life has not improved. So when you talk about how much of a specialist you are in borrowing money, yes, we know that the PUP know if you borrow the super bond, you know how to load up this country with billions of dollars on the backs of the Belizean people, and they have nothing to show for it. 4 years of borrowing and your healthcare system is broken. 4 years of borrowing. I say 5 years because we're at the 5-year mark, a few months away. Right? And you have not given the 10,000 homes that you promised. 5 years of borrowing and you have not alleviated poverty. So, Mr. Speaker, forgive the opposition for not believing in Plan Belize. Plan Belize has turned out to be a scam because nothing that they have promised has come to be. And I'm glad that one of the members mentioned they tried to cast aspersions as to how monies that were borrowed under the UDP just disappeared. So please, tell us where are all these loans going? Because it is not going to the benefit of the Belizean people. And this is not a lie. It is not a lie that the teachers are protesting because they have not gotten the monies that you promised them. With all of the, what you call it, fiscal space, Doctor, Toledo East, the fiscal space that you have, with all of your fiscal space, you can't find the money to take care of the pensioners. You can't find the money to take care of the teachers, to take care of the firefighters, to take care of the stevedores. So forgive the opposition, Mr. Speaker, for not believing in the lies of this administration, because that is all it has amounted to be. Billions of dollars borrowed, quintessential PUP. Borrow all of the money, and it disappears, and the people don't benefit. Then the member from Orange Walk Central, you know, I know that the former leader of the PUP, the national hero, George Price, was a praying man. But they're like, you want to blame everything on everybody except your government. So climate resilient no mean climate resilient. The last time I checked in the dictionary, climate resilient meant withstanding extreme weather. Extreme everything. Now you're redefining what climate resilient means. Come on. The people, Mr. Speaker, as I close, are not benefiting from the loans that this government is borrowing. We are not seeing it, Mr. Speaker. We are not seeing it. It is a contradiction of the reality. It is a contradiction of the policies of fiscal strength and robust growth of GDP that they brag about. So why do you need to be an expert in borrowing? Anybody will tell you, if you don't need to borrow, it's better not to borrow. Why do you need to borrow if your economy is so strong? Because when you borrow, yes, I know some of these rates are concessionary and low, but still it is better not to borrow, Mr. Speaker. And we would want to give some type of applause if we would be seeing the benefits of these loans, Mr. Speaker, but we are not seeing it. It is quintessential PUP. They will load up the Belizean people with loans. We will have a super bond by the time the UDP gets into government the next term. We will uncover all types of those billions of dollars in loans that have gone to nothing except cronies and malfeasance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the member from Dangriga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I guess like my friend from Cayo South, Mr. Speaker, I didn't plan to make remarks, at least during this portion of our debate, but I am forced to stand to make a few remarks. It is not just that, it's not just a fact that all countries borrow around the world. It is that indeed, as Prime Minister mentioned, it is a necessity to borrow. And you can look at, even at the household level, you can look at the community level, municipal level, you can look at the national level, and I would like to find any one of these levels across countries around the world that have not used borrowing. The question is, do you borrow in a prudent way? And do you take the borrowings and invest and get returns that then empower your nation to be able to produce more and to make your population more productive, and by way of that, increase the quality of life of your people, and by way of that, being able to have a higher level of quality of life across your society. And that is precisely what we have been doing here, led by our own Prime Minister. In the Briceño administration, it is clear, crystal clear, that that approach is what has been done. Now, I had whispered to my friend here from Toledo East that I thought that the member from MESOP was going to stand up now this time around and give us credit for this last motion. First of all, it it is very rare. I don't know if in the history of our loans in Belize that we have been able to achieve such excellent terms for our people than with this loan motion that we are presenting today. The term, the length of the loan, the principal period of forgiveness, if you will, the very, very low interest rates are never heard before. And then to hear that, in fact, the credibility of my friend from Toledo East, from his degree, and just for everybody's information, he graduated from the number 4 ranked university in all of Latin America, by the way, University of Baja California. So let us put that on the record. All right, let us put that on the record. Well, go and check the listing of universities in Latin America, and you will be able to confirm what I just said. But really, at the end of the day, right, it is about the productivity, it's about the track record of what has been done. And I believe it goes without saying that the track record for my colleague from Toledo East is very clear. As a CEO and as a young member of this parliament, without a doubt. So even if he didn't have a doctorate, it is by that we would have judged his performance. This loan motion, colleagues, Madam Speaker, I want to stand up and commend Prime Minister, commend Minister of State Coe and all of those who were involved in making this happen. Because indeed, in a sense, we have graduated as a country above the levels of the criteria that the World Bank uses to be able to put us in this category to receive these kinds of concessionary terms. But clearly, through great leadership, great skill, we were able to get them to recognize that Belize indeed deserves to receive these terms and conditions that this loan that we are about to agree upon for our people in our country. I guess I'd like to go on, but I'm going to maybe pause for later on in our discussions, because it is not everything that we should be opposing, unless, of course, we don't understand fully what it is that is in front of us. I would have seriously hoped that this one would have gotten support from everybody in here, because indeed this is historic for us, and this is something that everybody should stand up and commend. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Let me go to the member for Corozal North, and then I recognize member for Toledo East, and then.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, here we go again with the kudos and the self-proclamation that we're getting loans at very concessional rates. And we hear some fancy words being brought out here before the House. Bottom line, Madam Speaker, what the masses want to hear is this. We continue to borrow, and to borrow. And where are the results of what we're doing? Part of the funding on these motions, Madam Speaker, loan motions, go directly to climate resilient roads. And why do I bring this issue? And I will make reference to what we have experienced in Corozal North. I brought the issue of the substandard quality of roads being built, particularly in the area of the Remate Road. While we hear from some members in the government side that it is because we're getting excessive rains. Last year we got a long drought, and that these are the kinds of weather conditions that are affecting the quality of the roads. I will refer and I will agree to what the member for College said. Our climate is very resilient to the roads that we're building. And why is that so? Because we are simply not understanding that what the government is currently doing in terms of designing these roads is not meeting the purpose that it is intended to meet. And so here we go again, spending on the same formula and getting the kinds of results that we are getting. We heard it from the member of Cayo South, that we're building a road in southern Belize. It's just in the process of being built, and it is already showing patches. What is that telling us? There is a flaw in the design. There is a flaw in the area that we are not looking at very carefully. If we're finding excuses, and the excuse is, oh, because we got one lot of rain, oh, because there was a long drought, then why are we not concentrating on the areas that we need to concentrate? If we know that these are the conditions that we're going to have presently, these conditions are going nowhere, then we need to look at the entire design program to see where the flaws are, so that if we are getting these fundings at very concessionary rates, but the results are intended are not met, then we're defeating the purpose. I am just seeing what's going to happen here going forward into 5 years. We're going to come back at this very same house to basically present another set of loan motions to basically fix what was not done properly. I will take us to Corozal North. I had complained about the substandard quality of the road. It went on deaf ears. According to the technical people in the ministry, according to the engineers, everything was in order. 1 year after it has been built, flaws are already showing. Don't go far, Madam Speaker. I heard the minister, I heard the member from Cayo South indicating that, look, we have built hundreds of miles of roads, and that there are certain small patches where we are seeing the defects. For those of us who live in Corozal, there is an area right in front of the Remate Lagoon, probably half mile. That road, Madam Speaker, was built completely. It was chip and sealed, not even a year now. That road has been completely destroyed, and now they're redoing it again. This road was meant to be climate resilient. What is wrong with what? There is something wrong in the way that we're doing this. My biggest concern here is that, look, we're getting additional funding precisely to build roads that are climate resilient, but we are not seeing the results on the ground. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I'm going to go in the order that I mentioned because I've given notice, right? Member for Toledo East.
Toledo East?
Yes. It's in the order that I stated before, and then I'm going to go now to the new members who are asking.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will not be back and forth, and I won't entertain the words of ignorance used by the leader of the opposition against my degree. I don't have nothing to prove to him. You got two, true? No, but I'm referring to not to the real one. Yes. When he can go and check the university, and then he will see what kind of grades I got there. You know, I don't know if he will ever achieve those grades. And the sacrifice, right? So we don't know if you will ever get there, sir. High school. Yes, you know. But that's the least. I'm not here to deal with that. We are here to do the people's work. And I invite the leader of the opposition to come to Toledo East and let him see the work that is being done there. You know, I was not known, he said, in the past, and he lost by 70%. But let me get into the real meat of the matter here, Madam Speaker. The most important part is today that it's a memorable day for Belize. It's a historical day. And I will invite the opposition, I will invite the country of Belize to pay key attention to this motion because it's one that it was done in a collective effort with the management of the World Bank, the executive directors of the World Bank. And I would like to inform the Belizean people that for the first time in history, 68% of the voting power, which is the executive directors of the World Bank, came to Belize, and they met with cabinet. For the first time, they were given a tour by our Deputy Prime Minister and our Minister responsible for Home Affairs, Lekai and Caribbean Shores, and proudly I voted for him in the past. And they give them a tour, the executive directors. The executive directors. The executive directors walk. Yeah. The executive directors walk. You know. Madam Speaker, I would really want the leader of the opposition to listen to this. He needs, I mean, that was instructions why he didn't complete his high school degree, you know. But Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, I graduated with honors. No, I graduated with honors from high school.
Okay.
And I
Noted
dropped out
leader of opposition
New
graduated
York
from
City
high school.
Technical College to sign a multi-million-dollar deal. And so I have accomplished far more than you have with your PhD.
Let's continue, please, on the loan motion.
It's so sad to hear those little things. But yes. You know, the reality is that we have to work for the people, sir. You know, and Madam Speaker, 68% of the voting power of the executive director for the first time walked outside Belize City. And they look at the needs. They understand the needs. They managed to appreciate the needs of the people in the south side, of their vulnerability, of their multidimensional vulnerability, which is socioeconomic, and also the issues related to climate. And then, together, under the leadership of our Prime Minister, we managed to become eligible to IDA. And I will tell you how important this is. It's so important that the IDA was, countries that would become eligible for IDA would only be those that are small island development states. So under the United Nations, Belize is considered a small island development state. But under the World Bank, because we have land borders with Guatemala and Mexico, we are not considered a small island development state. So it went as far, and we, as a government and as a country, I want to put on record to say thank you to the World Bank, because they had to change their policy. And you know, the most difficult thing within the World Bank is to change a policy. They changed a policy that now it was not, for Belize to become eligible, they changed it from small island development states to small development states. So they removed the island, you know, but that was a collective effort with Belize and the World Bank. I want to put on record as well that I am so grateful, and I want to say thank you to the Prime Minister, his cabinet, and this honorable House, that with this loan, Punta Gorda, that was neglected for so many years, 13 years of punishment, no, they will finally see drainage in the Magoon area, the Cerro, Indianville. Man, I want you all to see some pictures that I will send to you. Cerro have never seen a piece of rocks on the street, a load of gravel. I know that we have started to work with them, and I must put on record as well a big thank you to our Minister of MIDH and his team, because they have done a fantastic job. You know, those people have been working on mud, kids going to school, elder people that will have to go maybe to get health assistance, the regular man going to to work on a daily basis had to walk through mud. And if you don't believe me, I have videos. Because I don't come here without the facts. I have the facts. And so on behalf of Toledo East and the capital, the chocolate capital, I want to say thank you to the World Bank, to the Prime Minister, and to the Cabinet, and to this honorable House.
I recognize the member for Colette, and then I'll go to the member for Cayo South afterwards. Recognize the member for Colette, then I'll go to the member for Cayo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Two simple points. One, I wanted to respond to something the Prime Minister said. He said that he hopes that we on this side who are from Belize City, that we support the bill or the motion and that we don't speak against it. If I'm correct, Deputy Prime Minister Nama for Lekai, when the World Bank people were here, I had met you at some function and you had mentioned to me that you would have taken the World Bank people to do some kind of tour and you would have included my constituency. And I was very happy about that. So I'm happy to see definitely that there is some outcome to that. And so I am happy to see that there is something for the people of the south side of Belize City, as well as other impoverished areas of our country. But for the Prime Minister to say that we should not say anything and we should not comment on this motion reminds me very much of what is happening right now as we prepare for these elections. Yesterday, we're gearing up for elections, both sides campaigning. I went to a home yesterday. I went to several homes, and the theme is resounding as I go to the homes. But one particular lady said to me, he said, Honorable Faber, he said, your opponent came here, not the lady, the one way, no, non-entity, the one from the People's United Party. He said, and the man offer me so. Yeah, but you know what I want there? He said that he offered me some zinc and plywood. And I told him that what Faber has done for me, because he assisted me through the government when he was Minister of Education with my education, and I have a good paying job as a result, and everybody in this neighborhood has a good education and has a good job as a result and can work and buy their own materials that they need in order to make a living. They have uplifted themselves. That is how you know that there's no chance in Colette. Not for Miss Paredes or not for the other guy. We don't want the charity, and we don't want you to come and throw things in our face on the appointed time. And that is what I remembered when the Prime Minister came and said, yeah, we're not to say nothing because we come to do you a leave favor now and throw this for you. The people of the south side of Belize City, but all impoverished people deserve the service of the government. You know many people on the south side, right there in my constituency, and I could talk foolishness if you don't want about how many years I represent. My friend from Lekai represent the same or more years than me, and we represent the same kind of people, which is why I appreciated when he came to me and he said, Faber, I want to carry them on the tour in your constituency too. My friend from Port Loyola will agree, because the three of our constituencies interlock, and we got the same set of people. And if I tell you how many of our people still don't have, we will give monies to BWS to extend the sewer system. You know how much of them have on toilet? So how they will connect to any sewer system? My friend, the member from Cayo South, the minister with responsibility for housing, will tell you although I will confess that whenever I call him, he's very nice to me, but not a single starter home has been built in the Collet constituency. Not one of my people have gotten any of those homes that you boasted about. Plan Belize has failed our people insofar as that housing thing has been touted. Another 2.0, 1.0 not executed yet. That is very, very real. And there are other things. You've heard about the teachers demonstrating. The teachers didn't demonstrate for some allowance. What did Plan Belize promise the teachers? A 20% pay raise. Why they? What we could borrow for invest. And we could kick payments down the road, which takes me to my second point, Madam Speaker. Concessionary rates, wonderful, beautiful. Prime Minister said we can't argue with it. 0.75% interest, beautiful. Can't argue with that. But what I can argue with is these payments being kicked so far down the road. 2035 to 2044, is it? 10 years from now, the Prime Minister will not be in this house. 20 years from now, in fact, the full payment schedule is 40 years. 10 years of this, in fact, we don't even have to pay. We're forgiven any payments for 10 years. And the truth of the matter is, by the time the payments become due, which you might say, in fact, I brought this point up one time already. I know the Prime Minister said, well, we will grow the economy to be able to pay it. Truth of the matter is, you won't be around and you might not remember what is going on. When these payments become due, it is a saddling of the backs of our young people with loan payments. 2 loan payments per year, that's what it is, of $748,000. Is it? For the first 10 years, 374,000 twice a year, and then 748,000, and then the credit B is 800,000 for how many payments? 12 equal semi-annual payments, $800,000. This on top of all the payments, it is this same kind of kicking the pan down the road, robbing Peter to pay Paul, setting up of bullet payments, which I don't see today, but we see them come up from time to time, that caused us to land in the problem that was the super bond created by the People's United Party. And Madam Speaker, we are seeing the same pattern again developing. It might not have been $3 billion, as was said earlier. It is $2.3 billion from our calculation, and we can show you every single loan that came to this house. And what you are borrowing today is another $200 million. So for the record, in 4 years and a few months, this government has borrowed $2.5 billion. Fact. $2.5 billion. Whatever fiscal space you're talking about has been eaten up a long time. In fact, if you had fiscal space, you would not need to go to the Taiwanese to ask them to defer payments. And yes, Prime Minister, you used the word cash flow. You said that it was in order to get you cash flow, to improve cash flow. If you have fiscal space, you don't need to do that. So make no mistake, and we sound the alarm this afternoon, Madam Speaker, in this honorable House, we will keep sounding the alarm. In fact, we have been sounding the alarm. What is happening here today is the borrowing of another $200 million in a rush. But if you add that to the $2.3 billion that has already been borrowed, it brings the total to $2.5 billion. And if that's not alarming for you, remember that the United Democratic Party puts on record today that this is exactly how we ended up with the super bond. Borrowing, putting off, kicking the pan down the road. The only thing I don't see yet is the commercial style borrowing, which will come when they get so desperate and they can't borrow anymore at the concessionary rates. When they rupture their relationships with the multilaterals and the IFIs, when they do that, then they become so desperate, they will have to turn to the commercial borrowers. I am telling you, I've sat here for 22 years and I've seen it. And it's playing out just like that again. It's deja vu all over again. And we have to sound the alarm. Let us not go down this road again. So I caution, Madam Speaker, while on the paper, I cannot say that it is for a bad purpose. This is poverty alleviation. The people, yes I can. Yes I can. I can fight for my people. I can want the people in the College constituency to have good sewer systems. I want them to be able to connect their toilets to the sewer system and not have to put it into Crewman Lagoon. I want them to be able to not have to purchase a septic tank. I want them to be able to do that. And I can expect that of the government. At the same time, I can oppose a loan if I feel that it does not meet the proper criteria that will make us accountable, that will, of course, Madam Speaker, not saddle our children. I have 4 children who I want to make sure, Madam Speaker, they're not saddled down the road, and this kind of borrowing that you're doing here will saddle my children 30 years down the road. 30 years from now, I will be 77 years old. I might still be living. I might still be here too. God forbid, no. I came in young so I can get out young. But many of us who are here will not be here 30 years from now. I have seen it. I have seen people come and go in this honorable house. With the exception of the Honorable Prime Minister, the member from Lakei, the member from Freetown, I think, everybody else, I see them come and go. My friend from rural Central Ghana come back. And I see my brother from Stan Creek, West Ghana come back. So, you know, they play musical chairs sometimes. But 30 years from now, our children will be carrying this loan, this particular loan. And it is not fair. Then when I remember, they didn't know nothing about water connection and sewer system and all that. They would have to be carrying this loan because we got a free ride today. Because we kicked the pan down the road. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Cayo. So,
afternoon, Madam Speaker. It's a pity the gentleman from Corozal North is not here. When we mean the group, they used to say you throw hand and you pull back. This is the 3rd time. Huh? Throw stone and hide your hand. This is the third time or maybe fourth time, Madam Speaker, that the honorable gentleman from Corozal North has been complaining about the Remate Road. This is the fifth time that I am telling him, show me where it is, come visit us. I have a text, I want to read it, Madam Speaker, that I had sent to Polytechnica, which is the consultant for that road, after the last time that he mentioned it. And it says here, based on the last defects inspection visited by us consultants, Polytechnica, we have no report of such damages. We have seen some minor inconsistencies on the pedestrian crossing near Escuela Mexica, which has been dealt with the contractor. We have no reports of damage on the Remate Road by the consultant, nor the project execution unit. Our last inspection was a month ago. Also, please note that the liability defects period goes until February the 25th. Madam Speaker, this gentleman comes to the House and makes accusations, and he is given the opportunity to see, to analyze, to discuss with the foreign consultants, to discuss with the local engineers, and he has refused to do so. I am extending the invitation once again if he is serious. I hate dealing with hypocrites, and I want you to stand as a man to show where we are doing any erroneous work in your area, and I guarantee you that it will be addressed. I've told you this personally, I've told you this downstairs in the House of Representatives, I've told you in front of your colleagues, and I am telling you again, if you have a genuine concern based on facts, bring it to us and we will address it. You have the number of the engineers, I gave it to you. You know the number of where my office is. I think you have my number. I don't share it with anyone, but I will share it with you if you. I think the leader of the opposition has it, right? You have it, Nacho Mabara? Yes. I just monitor when you call me because I'm not too sure what you want to say. And addressing the situation from the member of Collet. Presently, we have 3 people from Collet that their houses are about to be completed in the Blackberry development. The member from Mesop has 6 out of 9 houses that have been built, 3 are waiting. And the member from Albert, I believe, has 2 that has been allocated for the Blackberry area. That's on the list that will be handed up. I am not sure of the member from Corozal North because he's a very quiet man that doesn't express himself, so I'm not sure. But we have built houses for the opposition, even though the member from Mesop got on TV and say, he not build no house. Whenever you say that, you say, we want to go to a bank and borrow the money for build the house. Right that way you say, right? Well, which sector do you cater for? The rich? Write off what? Why you want to write off if you can't get them a house? How you want to write it off if they have not given a house? Which indigent? Madam Speaker, this young man from Mesop, he is a fraud.
Madam Speaker.
You know? No.
But that's a nice word.
Oh, no, let's
That's
please.
not a bad.
Let's
that's not
take that back.
You want me to take back the word fraud that I said
No,
of
you
the
said
leader of the opposition? I can take it back, Madam Speaker.
Please.
From my heart, I won't, but I will do it publicly.
Please, on the record, it's not there.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, he went to one of the television stations in this country and he said that he is not building any of the houses that we are doing the starter homes because he wants the indigent or the poor people of Belize to go to a bank to borrow money to be able to build a house. Well, that, Madam Speaker, is a far-right capitalist point of view.
I did not say that, Madam Speaker, on a point of order. I did not say that.
1 second.
I've not given him permission to stand, Madam Speaker. Thank you. Madam Speaker, the houses that we have built are being built for people that do not have the opportunity to go to one of your bankers, member from MESOP. They do not have that opportunity. What this government is doing is giving them that opportunity to own something that they can now mortgage, go to the bank, either to expand their homes or to further the education or the health needs of the family. This is not something I am making up, Madam Speaker. This is a proven fact of the hundreds of homes that we have built already. About 20 to 25% of them, the homeowners, have gone to secure additional financing to be able to increase the size. They have been able to use the mortgage on those properties to be able to borrow so that their children can further their education. But you know why I pity these people from the other side that even criticize the program? It is because they, on that side, and us on this side, we have the privilege of knowing what it is to have a roof over our head. So we look at it as an insignificant contribution to society. I was speaking to one of ours that, just like you, vehemently opposes the concept. And I asked him the same. Have you ever, or any one of your children, have they ever experienced not having shelter over their heads? And the answer was no, Madam Speaker. And so if you have never experienced that, then how can you criticize somebody that for the first time in their life has been given that opportunity to own something or to have a roof over their head? This gentleman here, the member from Lake Independence, has gone publicly to express to the nation how having shelter above his head at the time when his family needed it made an immense impression on his life, advanced his psyche, made him who he is today. I'm not saying only that, but it contributed immensely to the pride of ownership. And I didn't refer to you, member from Colette, because you didn't complain about the building of the house. You only complained that you didn't get as much as you wanted. And you want to get more, you want to get more, you want to get more. But when I come from the same hood, and so when he say reflects on you, you understand? You know reflect when he say no reflect on you? The member from College said publicly, if the member from MESOP dead, you know, I'll bury him. You agree with that too, Madam Albert?
Members, can we get back to the...
I'm just repeating what was said publicly, Madam Speaker. One say, you know, I build no house. The next one say, you want more house. You get 3 already. You get 3 already. Then there are Blackberry. 3. You want more? Yes, 3 bars. I give you already. Not you, not for your people. I could get the names. And I have the names for the member from Albert also. And I got the 6 names for him. Well, I know determine it. You know determine it. There's a committee that decides on depending on the people that apply. You know? You get, well, remember the one where we built for the lady 2-story, we hold like 6 families in your constituency. You don't remember that? You never invited? The lady never invite you? Oh my God. Well, what want I do if your constituent don't invite you? I know they invite Finnegan. Finnegan will call me and tell me that the house look beautiful. The man said, boy, when I'm a minister, I wish I could do one like this. Pacha, my brother Finnegan is your uncle, but he's not my belly. You have to understand this. If I had you at work, I say I hang out with Lee Mark.
Members, loan motion, loan motion.
Loan motion. We love the houses that we are building, not for us. It is for the people that need it the most. And if the Prime Minister gives me the opportunity again, I will bother him again and again and again. That housing program affects the lives of people directly. Oh, and the person on our side that thinks like you say, but those people don't help our economy. And I watch steel coal in my eye. I can't tell you. No. I watch her in her eye. I tell her, how can you say they are not positively affecting the economy when somebody gets a house, automatically that area, at least the household, crime reduces. That person now has excess liquidity to go and buy more products, so he pay GST. That person allows his children or her children to be educated, so those people with time will become productive citizens of this country. You understand what I say? That is what we are doing, honorable members from the other side. We are changing lives, one house at a time. One house at a time. Well, I go towards the 10 and there are 500. How you want to tell me? No, Madam Speaker, let me respond to this. How can this gentleman over there tell me that 500 families have shelter over their head and that is a joke? You said building of 500 houses is a joke. Seven. No, I'm repeating what you said. You said 500 houses being built is a joke.
Members, may I remind you anything that is said off mic is not on record.
Huh? Well, I'm a YB on 5-year plan, but
Can we get that loan motion?
No, but you know what's good about this, Madam Speaker? This is a positive debate, right or wrong? It is a positive debate. We are lobbying for the most needy of this country. And in this term, we were given the opportunity with the budget provided to build over 500 houses. It no matter if I'm saying a million, not me, the government of Belize entrusted our ministry to change the lives of people, and we have done so up to now of over 500. You can't say that's not a joke. You know, get me for saying anything negative about my Bally Finnegan. Because I know when the man hang out with Lee Mark, I tell you. And once, you have to understand, you inherited a constituency that your uncle gave to you. No, your seat next election. We will see it being played out. Well, I'm thinking Tracy or Patrick may have whopped you, but I don't know what's going on. They say illegal, may I see? The courts haven't decided yet, right? Okay. Prime Minister, you wait for the judgment before you call it? Prime Minister, I think you should make we get this thing off our chest. Call the thing, man. Make we say what happened. Make we go build more house. Make we stop wasting time to argue with the young people and make we go do the work that the people voted us to do. Thank you very much.
I recognize the member for Albert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have sat here since midday, Madam Speaker, and a lot of time has been spent on hits below the belt. It's interesting what we are teaching our children. Some of us who aspire to lead this nation, Madam Speaker, continues to disrespect and be dismissive of the very people they want to serve. Madam Speaker, as I campaign in Albert and throughout this country, what I hear the Belizean people saying is this: make it make sense for us. And when we kick down the road $260.8 million, and at the same time borrow an additional $210 million when the Belizean people, particularly the most marginalized and vulnerable, continue to struggle with the day-to-day necessities, Madam Speaker. It does not make sense. Madam Speaker, how many of our young people are locked out of our economy? We talk about programs that help to incentivize and provide support for young entrepreneurs and women, and to support micro and small businesses, Madam Speaker. But the truth of the matter is, only 50% of our population feels the impact of that. The 50% that supports the People's United Party. The practice in this country has become that when my government is in office, the UDP supporters are helped. And when the People's United Party government is in office, the people who support the People's United Party get help. There is no way, Madam Speaker, that loan after loan after loan after loan to the tune of $2.5 billion in 4.5 years can only seek to support half of our population. How can we, Madam Speaker, expect to grow the national economy in a way that makes sense to the most vulnerable and marginalized in this country? Where is the support, Madam Speaker, for the productive sector? How many sugar roads have we dealt with since the rains? And it's still, the farmers still cannot get their cane to the mill. Food on the table, Madam Speaker, that's a real issue for families. Yes, I know about cane. On the south side of Belize City. I have called the CABSEC on many occasions, Madam Speaker, because the PUP representative who has never won an election, who is making her first bid, is able to access food assistance from the government, and I, who serve, who was elected by the people, have to beg on bended knee to get 50 bags of pantry to help the most vulnerable in Albert. Madam Speaker, just yesterday, my opponent received quite a generous supply of pantry bags. And when I called Thank you, Member for Toledo West. And when I called to find out what happened to the small number of grocery bags that the Prime Minister's office himself promised that we would get, the supplier explained to me, Madam Speaker, that my opponent has to get her grocery bags first because she is running for the PUP.
Let me hear members. The member for Albert is on I'm going to ask this nicely. Please respect 42B.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. But if that is not egregious enough, how many Belizeans, Madam Speaker, have access to affordable and quality health care? I think the one member of cabinet that I have called more than the rest has been the Minister of Health. And I say publicly to you, member for Orange Walk East, that the people of Albert have appreciated that you have responded to the call whenever I have gone for assistance. But it cannot be, Madam Speaker, that the only time a member of Albert or a member of the South Side can get assistance or have access to these government services is somebody who knows somebody who knows somebody. And I happen to have the number of my colleague from Orange Walk East, so I can get some level of support for those who are in dire need of quality and affordable health care. Madam Speaker, you don't have to take my word for it. Go on any social media platform, and on any given day, Madam Speaker, people are fundraising for basic health care needs. That is a fact. Madam Speaker, where are the loans that will help us to have greater protection in the workplace? These are the things that the people of this country are asking for. Yes, infrastructure is important. And whining and dining 70% of high-ranking officials from the IDA might be important. But it can't be, Madam Speaker, more important than the quality of life, the living conditions for the people I represent. And that's the people on the South Side. Economic engineering was a thing that the former Minister of Belize Rural Central, Ralph Fonseca, was very good at. And it seems that you learned...
A point of order, Madam Speaker. I have not heard from
the point of order?
That the honourable member from Albert is now speaking on the loan motion. She's still going all over the place. Speak to the loan motion. I'm not saying that respectfully. She is a lady, but she's also a member of the House. She needs to go to it.
So, Potemia, that doesn't contribute at all, and it's quite nonsensical. Member for Albert, can we please? It is nonsensical. The statement is, member for Albert, you can continue. The same comment I've made to the former speaker from KAISO. We're on the loan motion, so let's tie that in, please.
I'm absolutely on the loan motion, Madam Speaker. We're talking about $2.5 billion in loans, and we're talking about a US $23.5 million over a period of 40 years. And the Prime Minister says we're kicking down the road $261 million in loans so we can create economic space and we can improve our cash flows position so we could borrow another $210 million. If that is not economic engineering, I don't know what is, Madam Speaker. And I know the truth hurts, but it has to make sense for the Belizean people. And it has to make sense for the most vulnerable in our communities. And we all agree that the south side of Belize City is a vulnerable population. And we agreed, my colleague from Toledo East, that the
42B, member for Freetown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's the level of disrespect that gets me every time. You signed the secret agreement, you know. You signed the secret agreement. May I, Madam Speaker? Thank you. Down south is also where we see the highest concentration of impoverished communities. That's a fact. You know, while a former member for Belize Rural Central, Ralph Fonseca, spoke about economic engineering, you know what he also introduced? Trickle-down economics. Well, there is none of that that has been evident in this administration. You don't have to take my word for it. I invite our Honorable Prime Minister to join me in some of the most vulnerable spots in Albert. He has visited Port Loyola with the member from Port Loyola, and he has visited Lake Eye with the member from Lake Eye. So I invite you, Honorable Prime Minister, to come and see for yourself what happens when we only feed 50% of our population. When we are not committed, Madam Speaker, to floating the most boats, because only Thank you. 50% of our population eats. The time has come. And I say that to the members on the government side, and I say it to us here on this side. When Belizeans must be placed first. Because no matter your political ideology, no matter your religious beliefs, no matter your economic status, your place in this country matters. And economic integration must apply to all Belizeans. Make it make sense, Madam Speaker. You see, and I will wrap up. The success, our success as a government, our success as a National Assembly, our success as leaders in our respective constituencies should not be measured by how well we take care of the rich. It should always be measured by how we care for those who are struggling. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, the honourable member from Alberta has no moral authority to come and preach to this National Assembly. And I say that because for 13 years her government, she was in government. And what did it do for this country? This country got poorer under UDP. Education went down under UDP. Houses were not built under the UDP. The people that needed the house were not getting the house under the UDP. And you know what is the worst of the hypocrisy, Madam Speaker? Is that she comes here to say that we are not sharing with them. For the first time ever, let's start off. Have you ever asked me? No, we don't know. I listened to you quietly. Madam Albert, honorable member from Albert. Do you know how much pantry bag I get when I was in opposition, Madam Speaker? Zero. Not one. Not one. When all I want me to get the pantry. All I want me to get. None from this side. Julius, how much you may get? Cordell? Yeah. We get none. But the people in Albert, they get pantry. That's the point. They are getting pantry. It doesn't not matter. That's wait, man. I did not interrupt you.
Members, the Prime Minister is yes, and the members, the cross. I will ask members. Are we good now? Can the cross bantering please be put on pause so that the Prime Minister can do his wrap-up?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is the hypocrisy of the other side. I did not want to go and to do this with the honorable member from Albert, but the hypocrisy that they are not getting when we were in opposition, we get nothing. Remember the culvert? The Prime Minister then boasted in the house and gave the culvert. Did you ever get a culvert? Nothing.
90,000 in
education, 5,000. When you are giving 90,000 to the opposition, Madam Albert, you benefited. You get 90,000. We get 5,000. That's what we got. 5,000. Here we are now. Here we are, Madam Speaker. Here we are now. We came up with a Constituency Development Fund. We came with a Constituency Development Fund, Madam Speaker. On the other side, they get the same Constituency Development Fund that this side get. I know you come here and talk. How dare you? How dare you? The hypocrisy, man. What help did we get? I never get one single house when I was in the opposition. Not a single house. How much scholarships you get right now under the honorable member from Freetown? You get, but you only me thank Kevin? Yes? Yes? Or the most? When you all ask me for help, and I thought I'm going to help, we don't talk about that, man. But then when you come here to come and to pontificate, 13 years. The people in Albert were 13 years in poverty under you, under the UDP. It is under this government that more and more of them are working. More and more of them are working, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we have challenges? Of course we have. I always say, we have done a lot of work. We have done a lot of work. When you were speaking, I listened to you politely, man. I never do. Calm down, man. I listened to you, man.
Why is there a speaker? Why is there a speaker in this chamber? I find this utterly disrespectful. Utterly. If you don't want a referee for your debate, tell me and I will leave. But this is disrespectful. Please, man.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. But you see, you get worked up when they come here like hypocrites in this house. And they come here pontificate. All of a sudden, we have to worry about everybody. When for 13 years, you never do nothing for us, man. 13 years, Orange Walk Central get punished. 13 years, Orange Walk Town Council get punished because they vote PUP. And here we are to work with everybody. We try to do as much as we can for everybody. The honorable member from the Minister from Housing had to come and tell, oh, we get houses for in the area. It doesn't matter. You're getting. The point is that we are working with you. The point is, you get land. You never get land? Thank you, man. Exactly. The point is, Madam Speaker, the point.
There's no lots in Albert. There's no lots in Albert.
Actually, I'm thinking of that. It's so not worth it here. Member for Honorable Prime Minister, please continue. I will ask, please, let the Prime Minister wrap up. We are not even through with motions yet.
I don't eat yet, Madam Speaker. But it gets you work up and come here and pontificate, man. We have been acting differently. We've been working with you. We're not perfect, but we work with you, man. We give you education. We give you with help. We help fix our streets in our constituencies. We give you house lots. We give you the constituency development fund. And when we come with education, when you get 90,000 in a phone side, we used to get 5,000. But that's what happened. But why you never said that just now? When you pontificate, when you talk, Whitman, I know the talk about the Musa government. I talk about we government right now. I'm talking about we government of what we're doing. And yes, I agree with you now that once we get in, when we get in here, we don't know a PUP government. We are the government for the people of this country, and that is the difference between UNO and this side. But to get to the loan, Madam Speaker, then the issue about healthcare, we have NHI. We spread out NHI. We have about quality healthcare. Watch over 200,000 people. Now, mind you, people get cancer, they get people brain. Mind you, I'm going to say we take care of all of that, but we provide quality primary health care, man. We go correct in the right direction, man. Yes, the free education, we go correct. But see, there are kind of things, man. At least, at the very least you could do is to accept the good work that we do. But just to try to wrap up, Madam Speaker, we're coming about borrowing. All countries borrow. The great United States of America, they continue to borrow. And they borrow more than any other country in the world. China borrow no hell. So now you have come about we not borrowing. We have to borrow. And then we borrow smartly. You see? Like, back at this thing. When people come and ask me for advice, I say, buy John, I try to borrow from a house loan. What do you think? He said, then tell me, you know what, I think I could pay this in 10 years, I tell you, listen to me, sign for 20. And then try paying at 10. But if 1 month you can't make your payment, you still could make that least small payment as opposed to a big payment. This is what we're doing. Right now we pay loans on them and make, with the UDP bank. That's what governments do. Yes, and not loans. None have that kind of loans over they get. 0.75%. Name me one loan. None. We don't even know what either is. We don't know about anything. You're supposed to commend the work over the do, man. You guys will benefit from this. When if someday, God forbid, maybe 40 years from now you get in a government, who knows? The way that they behave probably might take 40. Point is, what we do is not only for PUP government to know a benefit. One future government will be able to have access to these funds. And then you don't saddle the country. We have so many needs. You just pointed out, Honorable Member from Albert, all the pressing needs that we have in this country, in education, in infrastructure, in health, in housing, in poverty alleviation. We recognize that, and that's what we'll be doing every single day to make their people's life better. That is why poverty has gone down under this government. I'm not saying they're rich, but they're not poor like they were under the UDP. That's right. The more and more people who work today, and that under the UDP. People are living better today than under the UDP. And you want to see it? You want to see it when we call elections, people will tell you. People will tell you how they feel. So, Madam Speaker, I just want to end my, again, I wish they wouldn't make something like this so political. A loan whereby it will help our vulnerable population. I have this outside, the sewage that goes in is outside. We'll try to fix it. We'll try to fix it to make the water, the dirty water, not go into the sea. There are kind of things that we do. Yeah, help your people. You know, the south side. So try help. Yes, yeah, help everybody. Exactly. That's my point. We're not here, but you are the one talking about your people. So I'm telling you, yes, it's helping your people. That's why you're supposed to support this loan motion. And you're supposed to congratulate you to say that we could be able to get loans that will take with 40 years to pay, because then you pay less. And you have more opportunities to do more. That's what we do in business. We do that all the time. When we borrow, we try to borrow long to pay short. But we know in a government, the government is not a business like private sector in a sense, but you borrow long so that then you could continue, they get more opportunities to do more work for your people. It's simple, it's common sense, but it seems the other side don't have the common sense. Madam Speaker, please, I end the debate and ask the support for this honorable House.
Oh. That took a lot. Honorable members, that motion is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, to refer to the motion to Finance and Economic Development and consideration, I seek the indulgence of this honorable House to have this motion taken through all its stages this day.
Honorable members, the question is that this motion be taken through all its stages this day. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, this is the Caribbean Development Bank 7th project additional loan to Belize Electricity Limited, US $6.2 million, extension of the sovereign guarantee motion 2025. With your permission not to read the recitals, I move now therefore be it resolved that this honorable House, being satisfied that the additional loan ensures that the 7th power project effectively fulfills its objectives of adequately and reliably connecting the growing village of Kikaka to the grid and improve the livelihood of its citizens, approves and confirms that the government may enter into an extension of the sovereign guarantee agreement with the bank on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said guarantee agreement and all other documents associated therewith. And Madam Speaker, this motion has the recommendation of the Cabinet. And before the other side get excited, this is not a loan for the government. It is for BEL. So we are just guaranteeing, but certain members in the other side might not understand a sovereign guarantee, right? So just want to make sure. And I don't want to say name, but if you don't say a name and the correct, I'll whistle. Madam Speaker, in 2019, BEL secured a $6.84 million US loan from CDB for the 7th power project in Kikaka. This loan was backed by a sovereign guarantee by the government of Belize. Due to Kikaka's continued growth, BEL is requesting an additional loan from CDB in the sum of $6.2 million US to increase the project scope, which requires that the government increase its sovereign guarantee to match the new loan. The additional loan carries an interest rate of 5.6% and is repayable by BEL over 4 years with a 2-year grace period. This project aims to address the rapidly increasing peak electricity demand in Kikaka. Specifically, it will finance the interconnection of the Kikaka to the national grid. We want to run, I think they're already running the cables right now from Kikaka to San Pedro. This interconnection is essential to provide a reliable and sufficient power supply to the island, which is experiencing significant growth. The project will cover the costs associated with the expanded scope, ensuring that the 7th power project can effectively meet the current and projected electricity needs of Key-Corker's residents and businesses, support continued economic development, and improve quality of life. To support this BL project and its objectives, I table this guarantee motion and look forward to its unanimous support. Enough to talk, man.
I recognize the Leader of Opposition, member from
Say you want
Mesopotamia.
strong opposition, brother. We are there all night. Relax yourself. I just have a question. I'm happy that the people of Key-Corker will be getting this type of investment. But the question that I have, or the comment, I believe that the people of Belize would like to know, Fortis is a billion-dollar company and is a partner with BEL. What is their contribution to this project? Thank you.
Recognize the Honourable Prime
Yeah,
Minister.
Madam Speaker, this is a loan. It's not a call for capital. If it is a call for capital, then the shareholders would have to put in from out of their pockets. This is a loan that has been done. But what we have been doing of late, because in some instances, when BL had a cash flow crunch last year, because during the drought and the excessive rates, what we did when we loaned them the 10 million, we charged them an interest rate. Although we only charge them a 1%, no, that one we charge them 3%. On this one, I think we're going to charge them 1%, because we don't only want bailout just Fortis for benefit just like that. So we are charging them an interest, a small, like in this case, I think it's only a 1% interest we're charging to provide this facility. So via that, we are asking them. So Madam Speaker has support.
Honourable members, that motion is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report. I recognize the Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, I seek the indulgence of this Honourable House to have this motion taken through all the stages this day.
Honourable members, the question is that this motion be taken through all its stages this day. All those in favour kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honourable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, this is the subscription to Multilateral Investment Fund 4 Inter-American Development Bank Subscription Motion 2025. With your permission, Madam Speaker, not to read all the recitals, now therefore be it resolved that this Honourable House, being satisfied that the above-mentioned contributions to the MIF 4 would be beneficial to the interests of Belize, authorizes the Minister of Finance to sign an instrument of acceptance and contribution and all other documents associated therewith. This motion has the recommendation of the Cabinet. Madam Speaker, I will, by way of explanation, I'll speak on both this and the other motion coming up. These are not loan motions, by the way. This is a subscription motion, to you, Madam Speaker. The Multilateral Investment Fund, the 4 or the IMF 4, the Inter-American Development Bank, and the IDB Invest, third capital increase in authorized capital stock. As a member of the Inter-American Development Bank, Belize is entitled to benefit from the MIF, the Multilateral Investment Fund, which is administered by the IDB. The IMF, which funds the IDB lab, has a pivotal role in supporting innovation to address development challenges, fostering opportunities for poor and vulnerable populations, catalyzing dynamic economic growth, mitigating climate change, and advancing gender equality and diversity in the Latin America and Caribbean region. Since its inception, the MIF has been replenished periodically, and in March of 2024, the IDB Board of Governors decided to replenish the fund for a fourth round in a sum of $400 million US. Belize has been notified that its contribution towards this $400 million to the MIF 4 is $691,699.60 US, payable in 3 equal payments. in annual installments of $230,566.53 US dollars starting July 2025. Belize will benefit from the MIF by way of the IDB lab through accessing to financing, technical advice, trainings, and convening and leveraging power that will assist in the development and implementation of policies, programs, and reforms that align with the focal areas of government's development agenda. The IDB Invest, this is a second one, Madam Speaker, the third capital increase in authorized capital stock in March 2024. The Board of Governors of IDB also approved a $3.5 billion US dollar increase in the bank's authorized capital stock for IDB Invest to support a new business model for IDB Invest. IDB Invest is the private sector arm of the IDB. It finances private sector investments in its member states, including Belize. IDB Invest during our administration to date has entered into over $100 million in financing arrangements with private sector businesses in Belize, including in the agricultural, banking, and utilities sectors. As a member of IDB and IDB Invest, Belize is required to subscribe to 130 of the new allocated shares at a cost of $21,000 US dollars per share, amounting to a total of $2,730,000 US dollars. Payment of these shares is to be done in equal annual installments of $390,000 US over a period of 7 years, commencing the 30th November 2025. Like the MIF, Belize's subscription to its additional shares will enable greater access to financing and technical assistance that will help to advance implementation of government's Plan Belize medium-term development strategy through support and financing for the private sector. Madam Speaker, I look forward to the support of this Honorable House on these two subscriptions. Thanks.
Honorable members, with your indulgence, I will refer both motions instead of going through it individually, since it was presented together. Honorable members, those two motions are referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report. Statement.
Statement by Minister.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, today is an unprecedented day. I take honor, Madam Speaker, to report to this Honorable House and to the nation what is unquestionably a memorable and high point in the history of this nation. I am pleased to report that over 2,500 first-time offenders, persons having a conviction for a COVID-19 offense or possession of cannabis but have no other criminal offense, will have the fines they were ordered to pay to be remitted and their criminal records thereafter be expunged, to be removed, for it to be a thing of the past. This being gazetted, this being achieved by the gazetting earlier this morning of instruments of remissions that were signed by Her Excellency, the Governor General, on the advice of my government. This, Madam Speaker, was done in fulfillment of this administration's commitment to reforming the justice system and the criminal justice system. We continue to deliver on Plan Belize. Now, this process started almost a year ago, so it's no political gimmick. We started almost a year ago with a policy decision taken by Cabinet that persons who are convicted of a COVID-19 offense or possession of cannabis and fined less than $1,000 should not be in prison serving time. We believe on the side of this House, the resources of the state should be better used than paying for incarnation of persons who have a one-time COVID-19 conviction or possession of cannabis. Last year, the Foreign Minister introduced the Criminal Records Rehabilitation of Offenders Amendment Act 2024. This opened the way for what I'm announcing today, for first-time offenders convicted of any COVID-19 related offense or convicted of possession of cannabis to ultimately have their criminal records to be automatically expunged. The policy reasons are also set out in the instruments of remission signed by the Governor General, which I will, with your permission, Madam Speaker, I will shortly read for the record. The policy decision and reason was informed by the experts, including the Bar Association, whose president wrote the government back in 28 February 2024, pointing out that there was, and I quote, no utility to society for keeping them at the central prison, end of quote. At that time, there were 70 prisoners who were incarcerated as a result of their failure to pay the fines ordered by the court for breaches of COVID-19 regulations. But as further pointed out by the Bar Association, this could not be an effective use of the prison system, that is confining people to prison when their only infraction would have been an offense that was no longer in the law books or on the law books. For COVID-19 offenses, as we know, Madam Speaker, they have been removed from our laws for a couple of years now. Similarly, there can be no good reason to have a first-time offender, a person who has no other criminal record, to be imprisoned for the possession of cannabis. And so, with the need for a change, this led to my government's crafting, moving and enacting critical criminal justice reform laws last year, such as the Alternative Sentencing Act and the before-mentioned the Criminal Records Rehabilitation of Offenders Act. It also led to an initiative, which is why I'm here today making the statement, in which my government advocated to the Governor General to exercise our powers under the Summary Jurisdiction Procedure Act to remit the fines of those over 2,500 first-time offenders who were convicted of either a COVID-19 offense or convicted of possession of cannabis. The data showed, Madam Speaker, that the government would have spent far less had these people not been incarcerated for non-payment of fines owing, because locking them up is a far greater cost than the fines that they were ordered to pay. Furthermore, there could be no utility in incarcerating a one-time offender for breach of COVID-19 regulations or possession of cannabis. In the case of a first-time offender convicted of COVID-19 offense, it would cost the people and government to house and care for these persons at the Belize Central Prison almost $8 million, more than what they were collectively ordered to pay. It would cost government $10.3 million, whereas $2,346,657.30 were ordered to be paid in fines collectively. So when you subtract that, we basically the net out the spend $8 million to keep these people in jail. Similarly to house and care at the Central Prison, these first-time offenders convicted of possession of cannabis would cost the government and people 8 times more than were the collective fines. It would cost the taxpayer $2.3 million, whereas while those same so-called offenders were ordered to pay $227,000. These are calculated based on the cost per day to house and care a prisoner and the number of days these prisoners would have to be incarcerated. I think we can say that this was an easy decision for Cabinet to make. So, Madam Speaker, this started as a very lengthy and meticulous process involving the courts, the police department, criminal records office, and the prisons, cross-referencing and verifying in their respective databases that the list of first-time offenders convicted of a COVID-19 offense or possession of cannabis. This list was then, in turn, submitted to the Office of the Governor General for review. The Office of the Governor General then engaged in its own verification processes, ensuring that the persons were indeed first-time offenders and that they had no other criminal record. Today is the culmination of this year-long process. And so, Madam Speaker, with your permission, I will now read the instruments of remission into the records for the over 2,200 first-time offenders convicted for COVID-19 offense and the over 500 first-time offenders convicted of persons of cannabis. Whereas, as in the year 2020, the world was beset by the coronavirus COVID-19 pandemic, which called for and required unprecedented action. And whereas the state of Belize, in consequence, criminalized certain conducts which were otherwise lawful, with the enactment of provisions under the Belize Constitution, the Quarantine Act, and the Public Health Act, making it an offense: A, to be on the streets or in a public area during curfew hours; B, for failure to wear a face mask or face covering; C, for failure to maintain social distancing; D, to gather in public; E, to engage in social activities; and F, for failure complying with health and safety protocols. And whereas the persons identified by case numbers listed in the schedule are first-time offenders convicted of a COVID-19 related summary conviction offense, to which penalties were thereby imposed by the court. And whereas the penalties remain unpaid by the persons identified by case numbers listed in the schedule, who thereby may be imprisoned for non-payment of these fines pursuant to Section 69 of the Summary Jurisdiction Procedure Act. And whereas offenses of being on the streets or in a public area during curfew hours, of not wearing a mask or face covering, of not maintaining social distancing, or gathering in public, or engaging in social activities, and failing to comply with health and safety protocols, have become spent and are no longer applicable laws of Belize. And whereas the government has recently enacted the Criminal Records Rehabilitation of Offenders Amendment Act, number 25 of 2024, which provides for the automatic expungement of criminal records for a first offense for any COVID-19 related offense, and whereas by this enactment, the clear policy objective of the legislators were to provide persons with a first conviction of any COVID-19 related offense with a fresh start and freedom to pursue career opportunities for themselves, to provide for their families, and access services that a criminal record may thereby have prevented them from pursuing. And whereas Section 132(1) of the Summary Jurisdiction Procedure Act provides that the Governor General may remit in whole or in part any sum of money imposed as a penalty and as a cost, charges and expenses in connection with the penalty on any person convicted of a summary conviction offense, although the money may be in whole or in part payable to the Treasury for the public use of Belize, and may extend the royal mercy to any person who may be imprisoned for non-payment of any sum of money so imposed, although the money may be in whole or in part payable into the Treasury for the public use of Belize. And whereas Section 132(3) of the Summary Jurisdiction Procedure Act further provides that every remission under that section may be made in the manner and subject to the terms and conditions the Governor General sees fit to direct, subject to the Belize Constitution. And whereas Section 34(1) of the Constitution provides that in the exercise of her functions, the Governor General shall act in accordance with the advice of the Cabinet, except in cases where she is required by the Constitution or any other law to enact on the advice of or after consultations with any person or authority. And whereas Cabinet has advised the Governor General that there is no public good, benefit, or use to be had for the persons identified by case numbers listed in the schedule, being first-time offenders, to be imprisoned for non-payment. And whereas Cabinet has advised that the government would incur a greater financial obligation if these persons were to be imprisoned for these outstanding fines. And whereas Cabinet has advised the Governor General that the first-time offenders identified by case numbers listed in the schedule convicted of COVID-19 related offenses and subjected to a fine or, in the alternative, confinement, are to have those penalties remitted. Now, therefore, I, Florila Salam, the Governor General of Belize, acting in accordance with the advice of the Cabinet and in exercise of the powers vested in me by Section 132(1) and 3 of the Summary Jurisdiction Procedure Act, do hereby declare and proclaim that the penalties listed in the schedule are remitted effective on the 7th day of February in the year of our Lord 2025, given under my hand and the public seal of Belize this day in the year of our Lord 2025. Remission of penalties for a summary conviction offense under the Misuse of Drug Act. Do I need to read that too? Madam Speaker, under the Remission of Penalties Act is the exact same thing, only that it is for under the Misuse of Drugs Act for those that were fined under the cannabis. So if you would allow me indulgence not to have to read that whole recital, Madam Speaker, and to the members. Thank you so much. I'll ask you, make you read it for me. Madam Speaker, you will note, this is important, that the names of the persons are not placed in a schedule to the instruments, but that is referenced in case number relating to individuals. Basically, what we're trying to do, Madam Speaker, is trying to give them some sort of privacy, and that we don't want to name them out, but just to expunge their criminal records. So we wish to provide them a chance to start fresh, you know. And also to have the freedom to provide, to pursue career opportunities for themselves, to provide for their families and access services that a criminal record may have prevented them from pursuing, especially when it comes to cannabis. In many instances, many good people, you know, when they go and try to apply for a job, you know, and they get a criminal record, a cannabis conviction, people just see that and they try to withdraw it. So I think it's important. I'm happy that we're getting support from both sides of the house. I don't know about a member from SUP yet. No, yet the support. Oh, good. Thanks. So this, therefore, has been done, Madam Speaker, to give effect to the spirit of the Criminal Records Rehabilitation of Offenders Act, which restricts the disclosure of a person's criminal records once it has been expunged. The government will now write the Criminal Records Board on each of their behalf. Madam Speaker, I end the way I started, celebrating this historic moment. In this respect, it should not be lost that this house is meeting, and this is being done a day after when would have been the 80th birthday of Bob Marley. Bob, as you know, Madam Speaker, was a uniting force. He was a man like the father of the nation, Right Honorable George Price, who counseled us as leaders to develop and implement impactful social justice policies for our people. I'm sure that both great men would have been pleased with what this government is doing today. And I just want to end here, Madam Speaker. As I said earlier, this is a process that started a year ago, so it's not because any election gimmick. This is something that we truly believe is the right thing to do. Madam Speaker, I commend this statement to this Honorable House.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Human Development.
Long afternoon, Madam Speaker, but we are here and we survive among the strong ones like yourself. Madam Speaker, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to make a brief statement about the work of the Women's Parliamentary Committee, which was formed during this term of government, very happy to say, and also being a joint Special Committee of the House of Representatives. For the first time, Madam Speaker, unprecedented and historic, we were able to move government to form this committee with the support of the entire National Assembly, and I'm very pleased to have the opportunity to make this brief statement this afternoon. Madam Speaker, some signal accomplishments of the human rights agenda of this term, of this administration, have been the National Gender Policy, the Disabilities Act, the Anti-Sexual Harassment Act, the motion in the House of Representatives condemning domestic violence, and thereafter the posthumous pardon of Nora Parham, the Anti-Sexual Harassment Act, Madam Speaker, making the National Women's Commission a statutory body. And I could go on and on, Madam Speaker. The treaty that we signed, the Inter-American Convention on the Protection of the Human Rights of Older Persons, and in stream are further signing on to conventions for the further protection internationally of our children. Madam Speaker, we've done a lot. And if I sound like I might be ringing a little bell this afternoon, I think it should be rung with the support of all our women. Madam Speaker, as I have said, it has been a groundbreaking formation of the Women's Parliamentary Caucus. And even though we have been very few, and right in here today we have your good self, we have Honorable Tracy, we have Honorable Elvia, and myself, only 4 of us, but I think it was 10 or 9 when we were fully formed. Sad to say we never had the participation of Honorable Denise Barrow, but we soldiered on nonetheless. And it is now a forum and a space for the advancement of gender equity and equality in this country. We have been able to put aside the party politics and to focus on what we as women can do to raise awareness and promote policies, legislations, and programs that help our women, our families, also our men, where there is any inequality or the need for positive change. The caucus, the Women's Parliamentary Caucus, Madam Speaker, with the leadership of Honorable Janelle Chanona, we have been able to partner with UNICEF and also UN Women, and they have supported our capacity development and institutional strengthening so that we can effectively fulfill our mandate as a joint standing committee on gender equality. A key output from the partnership is the strategic work plan that we have been able to forge, which aligns with and is supported by the Ministry of Human Development, which identifies 6 strategic priority areas which will guide the work of the Women's Parliamentary Caucus through, we hope, this year and beyond. And these include being gender responsive in our policies and legislation, institutional strengthening of the caucus, even though, as I have said, it has been small, capacity development, advocacy, citizen engagement and participation, and forging strategic alliances and networking and knowledge sharing and communication and visibility. Key activities executed by the Women Parliamentary Caucus include some forums dedicated to understanding and advancing human rights issues in our country, training for parliamentarians in anti-human trafficking measures, and increasing the awareness and meaningful implementation of the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, CEDAW. We have also been able to attend 1 or 2 international conferences, Madam Speaker, on gender equality, as well as the 14th Regional Conference of the Commonwealth Women Parliamentarians, as we would all know. And this has provided valuable insight and best practice exchange among the Caribbean Women's Parliamentary Caucuses. Moving forward, Madam Speaker, together will be key, and we acknowledge the support of some of our male colleagues in some of the meetings that we had. In particular, my colleague to the right here, Honorable Karim Musa, also our colleague, Honorable Jorge Milin Espat. Thank you, Honorable. And of course, we had the participation also of Senator Honorable Moses Bishop Moses Benguche attend some of our meetings. Madam Speaker, I am convinced that we have made some positive progress in keeping this small forum and caucus alive. And I would like to commend to us here in the House, to all of the National Assembly, and to the people of Belize. Let's continue this caucus so that we can support our women and the pressing gender issues that we have in this country. Madam Speaker, I would only like to end up by acknowledging, first of all, our Minister of State, Elvia Vega Samos. Honorable Elvia will be representing us starting, I believe, tomorrow at the reporting to the CEDAW committee, the committee that monitors the implementation of the Convention to eliminate all forms of discrimination against women. So thank you, Honorable. Thank you, Honorable. And finally, last but not least, Madam Speaker, to yourself and to all the staff, the clerk, Madam Clerk, she's not here right now, but please let's pass it on to her. Thank you, Honorable Clerk. Thank you very much, and all your technical assistants. Not recalling your name right now, dear. Miss Gibson, and the rest of the National Assembly staff who have given us very good support, Madam Speaker. And I believe that with the formation and the operation of this Women's Parliamentary Caucus, we have advanced the issues, the important social issues of the day, the important human rights issues, and the important issues that will make a difference in terms of the gender equity and equality, which remain an active struggle. Madam Speaker, thank you. And I just want to thank Honorable Tracy, Honorable Elvie, and all the women parliamentarians who have participated. Again, the staff, your good self, Madam Speaker, you have been an absolute champion, and we want to commend you for that. And thank you for allowing me this brief statement.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, colleagues in this Honorable House, and Belizeans across this nation. We committed in Plan Belize, Madam Speaker, to making healthcare accessible and equitable for all Belizeans. We committed in Plan Belize to always work to make the lives of Belizeans better. We committed in Plan Belize to making decisions as a government which would always be in the best interests of our people and country. Madam Speaker, today I stand before you to announce with great pride that our Cabinet has given its approval for the Carl Hirschner Memorial Hospital Authority to proceed with the write-off of $54 million in uncollected debts, specifically for the period April 2009 to March 2022. Madam Speaker, this amount includes debts accrued during the challenging COVID years, a time when many of our citizens face unprecedented hardships. This is Plan Belize at work, Madam Speaker. This decision is much more than just a financial adjustment. It represents a profound and immediate relief for thousands of Belizeans who have struggled under the weight of these debts. By removing these debts, Madam Speaker, we are lifting a heavy cloud that has lingered over the heads of our citizens. This initiative reaffirms our government's pledge to prioritize the health and well-being of all residents. Madam Speaker, this bold step by this administration complements our decision back in October of 2023 to eliminate all clinical service fees from public hospitals in all clinics countrywide. Together, these initiatives represent a compassionate and comprehensive approach to healthcare reform in our nation. We are not just talking about making healthcare accessible. We are actively dismantling the barriers that have historically prevented many from receiving the medical attention they rightfully deserve. Madam Speaker, these initiatives are declarations of our commitment to the health and dignity of every Belizean citizen. We are creating a health care environment where everyone can seek treatment without the shadow of debt looming over them. As we move forward, Madam Speaker, I ask my colleagues to let us continue to work together to ensure that quality health care in Belize is accessible, affordable, and equitable for all. I want to end by also stating, however, that while this decision to forgive and write off those old debts from March 22 and before, those pending from April 2022 onwards to present remain on the books to be collected. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Announcement by the Speaker.
Honorable members, it has been agreed that the following bills and motions be passed this day. Fiscal Incentives Amendment Bill 2025, Stamp Duties Amendment Bill 2025, Belize Companies Amendment Bill 2025, National Symbols Bill 2025, Appointment of Auditor General Motion 2025, Government of the Republic of China Taiwan Motions, Amendment Number 2 to Loan Agreement Number 025-106001, Loan Agreement Number 3 to Loan Agreement Number 602-0236004, Loan Amendment Motion 2025, Amendment Number 2 to Loan Agreement Number 602-0236005, Loan Amendment Motion 2025, Amendment Number 2 to Loan Agreement Number 602-0236006, Loan Amendment Motion 2025, Amendment Number 2 to Amended and Restated Loan Agreement Number 602-0236007, Loan Amendment Motion 2025, Amendment Number 2 to Loan Agreement Number 602-0236008, Loan Amendment Motion 2025, Amendment Number 2 to Loan Agreement Number 602-0236009, Loan Amendment Motion 2025, Amendment Number 2 to Loan Agreement Number 602-0236010, Loan Amendment Motion 2025, Amendment Number 2 to Loan Agreement Number 602-0236011, Loan Amendment Motion 2025, and Amendment Number 1 to Loan Agreement Number 602-0236012, Loan Amendment Motion 2025. As well, There is the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, Belize Reliant and Resilient Energy System Project, USD 58.2 million, loan motion 2025. International Bank for Reconstruction and Development through the International Development Association, IDA, Belize Blue Cities and Beyond Project, USD 23.5 million, loan motion 2025. Taiwan International Cooperation and Development Fund expansion and rehabilitation of the Philip Colson Highway, USD 17.5 million, loan motion 2025. And the Caribbean Development Bank 7th Power Project, additional loan to Belize Electricity Limited, US 6.2 million, extension of sovereign guarantee motion 2025. As you are aware, members, under Standing Order number 74, all proposed legislation, messages, petitions, motions, and other matters relating to the subject mentioned under the title of each standing committee shall be referred by the House to such committee for examination, consideration, and report to the House. For this to be done, other than by suspension of standing orders, is for me to suspend today's sitting to enable the Finance and Economic Development Committee, the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee, and the Health and Human Development Committee to examine, consider, and report to the House on the bills and motions. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. The sitting is therefore suspended until the Finance and Economic Development Committee, the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee, and the Health and Human Development Committee have concluded their business.